What's up, Earth Rockers? It's your boy Shovatar here to talk about Harmony of Dissonance. This is an interesting one. Not as mechanically complex as Circle of the Moon. I'm not going to be making any tier lists about the inner mechanics of this game, but still very, very interesting, and in my opinion, an improvement on Circle of the Moon in pretty much every single way. I'll get back to that in a moment. But as you can see here in the opening text crawl, Harmony of Dissonance has a slightly more complicated story than just Dracula's back and you have to stop him. Dracula is in fact not back. Instead, it's much more mysterious than that. And you can read this if you want to. I guess the short version, if you're just listening to this and not watching it, is you are Juiced Belmont. Your buddy Maxime went on a mysterious journey, came back, he's all fucked up. Your childhood friend has been kidnapped. Maxime leads you to a mysterious castle where he thinks your childhood friend is, and you gotta go rescue her. You and Maxime gotta go in there and rescue her. That's the basic plot of the game at the outset. But to get back to the gameplay, because this is going to be demonstrated within the first few seconds of the game, Harmony of Dissonance not only solved the two biggest problems with Circle of the Moon, but it drastically improved on the areas in which those problems resided. And to turn that convoluted and mysterious sentence into a concrete assertion, the two biggest problems with Circle of the Moon were movement and farming. The simple act of getting around in Circle of the Moon was annoying. You had to double tap to dash, the jumping was odd. The only way you could do the classic Castlevania forward jump was to dash. There was no like backdash like you had in Symphony of the Night. And there was a slide kick, but it didn't take you forward very far. So just kind of moving around in Circle of the Moon was awkward. Harmony of Dissonance, Juiced, moves more like a classic Belmont, where if you run forward and you jump, you are going to be on a set jumping arc that you are committed to. Not hard committed. You can kind of get out of it eventually, but I mean, it's not like Juiced has no air control, but it's more rigid than the Circle of the Moon jump, but you have a more easily executable forward jump than in Circle of the Moon. And as you can see by the fact that I'm moonwalking here, the backslide is back, but in fact the backslide is not just a backslide, it's a backslide or a front dash. The way that this works on the GBA is that if you hit the right shoulder button, you dash to the right, you hit the left shoulder button, you dash to the left. And this means that Juiced can zoom around the castle however much he wants. And then pretty soon in the game I'm going to get a slide kick that's going to make a big difference, keep the pace up, but I'll talk more about that when I get to it. Here I'm taking a slight detour because there's a piece of armor at the start, and something that I should mention about this game and about this footage is that this is on hard mode. And hard mode in Harmony of Dissonance is very simple. All enemies do double damage. Considering that Harmony of Dissonance is a Metroidvania, which typically give you more leeway in terms of how many hits you can take, that might not sound like a big deal, because you're thinking, well, if you're already pretty tanky, then maybe taking double damage doesn't make that much of a difference. Oh, it does. It certainly does. Juiced is now more like his forebears in that he can't really take... You really have to be careful about the hits that you take in hard mode. And to compound that, just for my own enjoyment, I'm also doing a no healing items run. That's what no items means. No items doesn't mean no equipment. No equipment would be a little silly, and no equipment would make it impossible, actually, to get the best ending of the game. So no items means no potions, no antidotes, no uncurse, whatevers, just you and your whip. So that means that the only sources of healing are going to be save stations. Although technically there is a piece of equipment you can put on to heal yourself, and then if you stand still with it, but I never use that, because it actually, well, the real reason is that it never became necessary to use it. I could say that it was just for the sake of the footage, but actually it just kind of worked out that I never needed to. Anyway, movement. Yes, movement in Harmony of Dissonance is fucking perfect, pretty much. It's beautiful, and it does an excellent job of merging the old style of Castlevania movement with, in terms of like the fixed jumping arcs and the like moderate air control with the new style where there is, like, you do have some air control and you have all these like fast options of moving around quickly to react quickly to enemies. Very, very interesting. And what's so noteworthy about this is that if you compare, say, Circle of the Moon, Aria of Sorrow, which I am going to talk about. I don't have any videos about Aria of Sorrow, but I have played it already, so I'm going to make some comparisons. And a lot of people have played Aria of Sorrow and seem to like Aria of Sorrow, so you might know what I'm talking about. But my point is that what's really interesting about Harmony of Dissonance is that if you think about the environment in which the backdash was first introduced, that being Symphony of the Night, that was necessary due to the nature of Symphony of the Night's baseline combat. The way that combat in Castlevania games typically works is the most important thing is to keep distance. Because in Castlevania games you usually have a whip, and the whip is long range, which means that the safest way to do damage is from the longest, farthest range possible. And if you come into contact with enemies, they damage you, so you want to keep as far away as you can. In Symphony of the Night, they decided that they would swap out the long-range whip with the wind-up for an instant sword swing with much shorter range. But in order to incorporate that while also maintaining the enemy design of Castlevania, it became necessary to give Alucard a way to gain distance, because the game is now telling you that you have to close distance to do damage, which is new. And I think the game developers figured that if we're going to ask you to close distance, it's only fair that we give you an option that lets you re-establish distance on enemies. But what's interesting about that is that in Harmony of Dissonance, you have the whip, right? You have the distance. You have the ability to the game is already incentivizing you to keep distance. You're never incentivized really to close a distance with the enemies in this game, but they've given you these tools to move away very quickly anyway. And what that gives you, when you combine both the long-range whip and the ability to move so quick, is this wonderful ability to control your positioning in a way that you can't in Symphony of the Night, and you certainly can't in Circle of the Moon. Which just kind of adds to the fun of it, because you just feel like you have so many more options. It's like if enemies back away from you, you can close distance really quickly, but you also need to make sure you're not closing the distance too much or too fast because of the classic whip wind-up time. So it just creates a very interesting feeling of combat, and sort of the pace of combat becomes centered around the rhythm of your dashing back and forth and your whip swings, and that's the element of rhythm that was so interesting about early Castlevania games, and that was kind of lost in Symphony of the Night is now really back in a big way. So, and I'm going to talk more about the movement when more movement options open up, because it does actually get even better, and you do end up being given even more options. But what I'm going to talk about now is the other big improvement that Harmony of Dissonance makes on Circle of the Moon, and this is going to be much shorter. The other big problem with Circle of the Moon, besides the movement, was farming. Circle of the Moon had bosses that were very, very difficult, and that heavily incentivized farming for specific magical card combinations in order to make the bosses manageable and consistently defeatable. Harmony of Dissonance has no farming. You are never incentivized to farm in Harmony of Dissonance. The tools that you need to unlock different magic spells are all in fixed positions. You get them when they're available to you, and that's it. There's no hyper-powerful weapons. You only have one weapon the whole time, which is the whip. There's no super powerful armor, like the dark armor that doubles your defense, or at least there's not as far as I know. Harmony of Dissonance, you just play the fucking game like normal. Which is so welcome and so noteworthy, in my opinion, when it's flanked by Circle of the Moon and Aria of Sorrow, which, as much as people love Aria of Sorrow, that game, I think, does incentivize farming. Although not as aggressively, of course, as Circle of the Moon, but I don't want to talk too much about Aria of Sorrow yet. So, those are the two things that make Harmony of Dissonance special and really show a level of conscientiousness on the part of the developers in terms of what they wanted, in terms of understanding what the problems with Circle of the Moon were, and taking very aggressive steps to remedy them. The reason that farming was incentivized to Circle of the Moon, if you were listening closely, you might notice, the reason why farming was so incentivized in Circle of the Moon was because the bosses were really difficult. The bosses in Harmony of Dissonance are not as hard as the bosses in Circle of the Moon, although that kind of comes with Although that's hard to evaluate, because the thing about the bosses in Circle of the Moon is that the bosses in Circle of the Moon are hard if you don't have a particular DSS magic combo, but then are trivial if you do. Which makes even just talking about their difficulty very, very tricky. But if you think about it in the context of like a casual playthrough of the game where you don't necessarily know what combinations are going to be at what time, then the bosses in Circle of the Moon are much, much, much harder than the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance. The trade-off is that the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance are always going to be pretty much just as hard late in the with game knowledge as they are without game knowledge. One big exception at the very end, which I'm going to wait to talk about because it's remarkable. But what I'm saying generally is that the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance are always hard, regardless of what magic abilities you have. Again, with one big exception. This is especially the case if you're playing on hard mode, where bosses do double damage. The way that the damage is calculated, combined with hard mode doubling that damage, means that some bosses, even in the late game, are going to like 3-shot you or maybe even 2-shot you. There's no way, but like 3-shot, 4-shot, kind of like classic Castlevania, kind of like fucking Dracula's Curse. We're back to you take 4 hits and you die, which used to be an ironclad rule in my brain in Castlevania. So that, I think, is the most fun way to play Harmony of Dissonance if you're like me and you appreciate the challenge of classic Castlevania and are sort of a little bit miffed by the fact that Metroidvania games tend to give you ways to overcome challenges that are not directly involved with interacting with the challenges themselves. What I mean by that is that, like, in Circle of the Moon, like, if you have a problem with the boss, well, you need to farm a better DSS card, right? If you have a problem in Aria of Sorrow, it's like, well, you need to farm a better soul. You can't farm anything in Harmony of Dissonance to make these fights easier. So, although they are a lot easier at baseline than the fights in AOS or Circle of the Moon, you also need to actually learn them. You can't cheese them. Again, one big exception. So those are the good things about Harmony of Dissonance. But this game is not beloved the way that Aria of Sorrow is. So what are the things that people don't like about this game? Why is this considered to be inferior? The first big complaint that I ever heard about Harmony of Dissonance is that the game is too similar to Symphony of the Night. This is the kind of thing that makes sense if you're looking at it from the outside, or if you're fixating purely on the visual elements, because Juiced Belmont inexplicably looks exactly like Alucard. He has the Alucard haircut, he's got like the Alucard after images trailing after him. He's got the backdash like Alucard does. He's gonna have a slide kick. Well, Alucard didn't have a slide kick, but he's got Alucard-ish movement, and he looks like Alucard. And even the save stations, you might have noticed, look like the Symphony of the Night save stations. So the comparisons are, and you have both sub-weapons and magic spells. So you have like these multiple resources to draw on, which I'm going to talk more about in a bit. But so from just the outside watching the game, that comparison makes sense. Even some of the environments in Harmony of Dissonance are pretty similar to the environments in Symphony of the Night. But I think that making that statement is ignoring the fact that Alucard has a sword, Juiced has a whip. That alone fundamentally changes the entire nature of the game. And if you're playing on hard mode, and where the enemies are doing double damage to you... Are you guys fucking hearing that? Maybe. Sorry, assholes driving past my fucking window again. That simple fact makes the game, however similar it might look to Symphony of the Night, feel completely different from Symphony of the Night. Both the fact you have a whip, and if you play on hard mode, you are actually in danger. The sense of danger that the castle presents never really goes away in Harmony of Dissonance until, I would say, like the very late game. Because the very last zones that you go to for the last exploration tools are still like really, really dangerous. And you'll notice that I'm playing super cautiously here because this part of the game is actually, in my opinion, one of the most dangerous parts of the entire run. Because you're going from the save station up in the marble gallery all the way down to a save station at the very end of the Shrine of the Apostates. Apostates? I know it's apostasy. Is it apostates or apostates? Anyway, the shrine. You have to go a long way without any healing if you're playing the way that I am, with no healing items. There is going to be an energy tank at the end of this gauntlet here, but it's a gauntlet of, I think, 3 or 4 of these lizard men, and then a bone serpent at the end. Like the bone serpents from classic Castlevania that come out of the wall, if you know what those are. And the lizard men are a really interesting enemy because these are the first enemies that teach you basically about spacing and about how this game is going to ask you to both close distance and reestablish distance at very short notice. Like, these guys will lunge at you, but then they'll back up. So it's encouraging you to use all the tools that are available to you to kill them. And they're weak to ice. So if you have the ice spell, like I do right now, then that's kind of like a button you can press to just kill them instead of having to worry about the spacing challenges. The way that the magic system in Harmony of Dissonance works is that there are a certain number of magic spell books that you can find throughout the castle, and then you combine the spell books with sub-weapons to do different things. Like right now I have the Bible, so Bible Ice is its own spell. Earlier I had the Holy Water Ice is its own spell, Dagger Ice is its own spell, that kind of thing. And then same with every other book, like Fire Bible would be its own spell, Knife Fire would be its own spell, etc., etc. That might sound complicated, and it is, but the thing that I discovered very early on is that the Bible is basically the best sub-weapon in the game for almost the entire game. I knew this from playing Rondo, that the Bible would be overpowered because the Bible hits everything on the screen, pretty much. Doesn't do mega damage, but really none of the sub-weapons do, even if they say they do. Like, I can't tell you how many Castlevania games I've played where they assure you that the axe does a bunch of damage and then it just doesn't do shit. The only games where the axe does damage are like are Rondo and Dracula X. Anyway, the Bible's like the best sub-weapon of the whole game, because the Bible sub-weapon itself hits everything on the screen, and then the Bible spells are all pretty good. I'm going to be using Bible Ice for most of the run, and Bible Ice actually has an interesting property that I might demonstrate at the end of this boss fight here. Another thing that I want to mention about this boss fight is that it reminds me a lot of Castlevania Bloodlines, if you guys know anything about Castlevania Bloodlines or you watched any of my videos about it. Because Castlevania Bloodlines loved throwing like mechanical, big like golem enemies at you. This boss, by the way, is also teaching you that you need to sometimes dash and get away from enemies. Yeah, there it is. So you might have noticed that that thing was taking like 17 damage over and over and over again from the fire plumes, and that's because if an enemy is up against a wall and then the ice Bible spell hits the wall, it'll like keep generating gouts of flame until it runs out. So it'll just keep hitting whatever is up against the wall the whole time. Which is a neat little touch, and it makes boss fights like that go a lot faster. Generally not relevant, but good for boss fights. Now I have the slide kick. Slide kick. So important. Such a cool addition to the movement of the game. Because what's really important about the slide kick is how much damage it does. The slide kick will always do just as much damage as a whip swing. The reason why that's so important is because now you always know how much damage a slide kick is going to do. Because the way that slide kicks work with enemies is, if you slide kick into an enemy and they don't die, you take damage. But if you slide kick into an enemy and they die, like that, then they just die, and you don't take any damage. Which means that it's really important to know when you can and cannot slide kick through enemies. And having the slide kick damage be the same as your whip swings instead of some weird lower number that you'd have to keep track of means that you can very easily remember, okay, this enemy took, 2 whip swings to kill, so I can just hit him once and then die, and then slide kick for the second one, and just keep the horizontal distance going, keep the pace up, keep the pace up. So now might be a good time to talk about the thing about the game that people don't like. Another thing about the game that people mention as a criticism. I guess to finish my thoughts on the last one I brought up, which is the similarities to Symphony of the Night, I think they're overstated. The game, to me, feels completely different from Symphony of the Night. It looks like it, like I get that, but it feels totally different. And I'm doing something slightly inefficient here, which is that I'm going back. The next place that I want to go is back down through there's a hole in the ground back there that I want to go to get to the next spot, but I'm going to very quickly dip back in to this part of the marble gallery because now that I have the slide kick, there's a holy book, there's a magic book rather that's available to me. And there's a particular boss, there's two particular bosses where I want the Bible fire spell instead of Bible ice spell for various reasons. So even though this is slightly inefficient, this just makes more sense for the later parts of the game. And I'm going to do a couple of there's going to be a couple of pieces of inefficient routing here that I do. And if I do that, I always do it for the purposes of this gives me some kind of tangible gameplay benefit that I think is worth spending the extra time to get it. Normally I don't like inefficiency, but Harmony of Dissonance on hard mode with no healing items is actually tricky enough that I want to make sure that I have every advantage available to me at certain points in the game. And I said that Harmony of Dissonance never stops feeling dangerous, but I will say that it feels much, much more dangerous in the early game than the late game, as you would expect. Especially, I think after the aqueduct zone is when you kind of feel more safe because you get like a full set of armor that's like a big buff to your defense, and then you got other defensive buffs. Anyway, so in that sense, it's kind of like Symphony of the Night. To go back to my earlier point that I keep on drifting away from, in that there's a point in the game where you get a big defensive buff that reduces the damage, that severely blunts the danger that the game was presenting to you prior to that point, but the level of danger you are still in after that defensive buff in Harmony of Dissonance is much greater than the level of danger you're in Symphony of the Night after that defensive buff. I can't really state enough how smart it was for Harmony of Dissonance to make the hard mode you take double damage instead of you deal half damage, which is what the Symphony of the Night Saturn hard mode was, which just turns the game into a horrible, unplayable slog. Speaking of Symphony of the Night, you might recognize these guys from Rondo and Symphony of the Night. So I guess it has a lot of the same enemies, and like it looks the same, but it just feels like a totally different game to me. So I don't really agree with that criticism completely. Another criticism people have of the game is the confusing routing, where the game... So Dracula's Castle is an interconnected environment, yes, but you don't really get... You're not really able to move freely through the whole castle the way that you are in Symphony of the Night until, like, the game is almost over. In Symphony of the Night, the sections of the castle are much more interconnected. In Harmony of Dissonance, it's kind of like they're separated into, like... Well, there's literally two different castles, but then within each castle, there's these doors that separate the left and the right halves of the castle that can only be opened with the key you get towards the very end of the game. So you're kind of stuck on this one singular path through the game for a very long time, and it's... You can deviate from the order of the zones that I go in, but I think there's very little reason or incentive to. That's just my opinion. And anyway, the game has a bad habit of like having lots of different branching paths, and then the branching paths are all very long, but like all but one of them lead to like a locked... lead to like a locked door. I went through that zone in the middle of the game, the one after the Wailing Way, the one after the Marble Gallery. I went through that very quickly because pretty much every route except the route that I took leads you to either a pickup you can't get because you don't have like the double jump yet, or a locked door. And also, I wanted to get through that area fast because it is so dangerous, like I mentioned. You're going through a long stretch of the game without any healing, without any save stations. So, a couple reasons for that. And now this is another super dangerous part of the game, actually. Maybe the most dangerous is this part here. You're in the castle treasury. Not this part with these guys. These guys are obliging enough to like jump around and let you hit them the whole time. It's a little bit after this, the first like super dangerous enemy. There's an enemy down here that's super dangerous too. Like this, where is he? There he is. So that enemy is like a way higher level than I am, and I'm not ready to fight it at all. I just dip down here real quick to pick up the energy tank, because I know that I want as much health as possible for this next part. Because what you have to do here is you have to... Or what you have to do up there, rather, is you have to fight enemies that are very difficult to attack and then get distance on. And I'll talk more about them when they show up. This is a neat little part of the game here. Harmony of Dissonance likes doing this. These like contextual little mini cutscenes where like the environment changes. There's a couple of those. And now you meet the merchant. I guess like Symphony of the Night, there's a merchant in Harmony of Dissonance. Although Harmony of Dissonance does a much worse job of explaining why the guy's here. The merchant in this game is very strange because he's available at many different points in the castle, many different rooms in the castle, but you have to do certain things to unlock him, to like make him available at those points in the castle, and I don't really remember what those things are, but generally speaking, the merchant is not super important. It's not like in Symphony of the Night. In Symphony of the Night, there's a point in the game where you can buy something called the Diamond Plate, which increases your defense by like a ton, and there's no real equivalent to that from the merchant in Harmony of Dissonance. Although in this run, he showed up at a point of the game where he doesn't usually, where I don't usually see him, and I had enough gold for some upgrades that did end up being a pretty significant defensive bonus, but generally speaking, he's not as impactful. And the bomber armors are the enemies that are super dangerous because you really have to respect the bomb. The bomb itself has a large radius, and then the fire stays there for a while after it hits the ground. So you have to like basically play it the way I'm playing it, where it's like you hit him once and then you back up, or then you hit him and you take advantage of the invulnerability from spellcasting to not get hit by the bomb. And that's kind of like your only option, really. You can hit the bomb before it hits you, but that strikes me as pretty risky and a pretty tight timing check for an attack that's going to do like 72 damage to me if it hits me. And right now I think I have less than 100 health. Like, if I take one more hit from any of those bomber armors, I'm probably just going to die. Which is what I mean when I talk about this part of the game being dangerous. Anyway, yeah, the confusing routing in Harmony of Dissonance, which you're not really going to see here. It's not until I get to like the Skyway where like a bunch of different paths open up and there's only one that makes sense to go down. People complain a lot about the Harmony of Dissonance routing, and I concede that it is confusing and that they have a few too many dead ends and false starts and locked doors. But the fact that I'm lukewarm about that criticism is just a consequence of the way that I play these games, where when I decided to play through the series, I decided that I wanted to actually learn the games. I didn't want to like just beat the games once, or like beat them with like save states and just see the areas and feel like I'd beaten the game. I wanted to feel like I really knew the game, which is why I was trying to like beat them deathless, or what I'm doing here, beating it like on hard mode with no healing items to just kind of maintain the challenge, to make sure that I really know what I'm doing. And that means playing these games a lot of times, like over and over and over again. I've probably played Harmony of Dissonance, I don't know, probably 7 times? 6 or 7 times? Maybe 7 or 8? I don't know. Point is, a lot of times. So my experience with the game, most of the majority of my experience with the game, the confusing routing is not an issue because I know where to go after the first few playthroughs. I can just remember it. So if I was only playing these games once, if I was doing something a little bit more like time efficient, if I was just like and then like playing them once and then reviewing them and like giving my opinions on them, I would probably be harder on the routing because yeah, it's pretty weird, and it's kind of counter to the appeal of a large interconnected environment when it's so like fragmented. But I can't give an opinion on an experience that I didn't have. And my experiences with this game was playing it and learning it, and once I learned the route, it's like once you know the route, you know the route. You know what I mean? And like that's just how it is. So I stopped. Like I just didn't care basically after the first time. Another thing that and like the thing about that complaint is that there's no way around the farming, right, in Circle of the Moon. I'm just comparing it to Circle of the Moon again. In Circle of the Moon, you are going to farm for DSS cards no matter what. How many times you played the game before, how well you know the game. Game knowledge is important because it tells you what enemies to farm for what cards, and what the best farming spots are, but you're still going to have to do it every time. It's not a problem that ever goes away. Same with the movement. Unless you download a patch or something. But in Harmony of Dissonance, it's a problem that's just solved by playing the game. So I don't think of it as a problem in this... I don't think of it as a problem with the same magnitude as the problems that Circle of the Moon has, which are endemic and unerasable. Irresolvable. Invincible. Anyway, we're here in the Skeleton Caves. This is my favorite zone in the entire game in terms of its design, because I love skeletons. This is just like skeletons non-stop. There's skulls all over the walls, there's skeletons everywhere. There's a couple of Easter eggs. There's some skeletons of famous Castlevania enemies from bygone eras, and people have said that skull that I just climbed up back there looks like an enemy from Super Metroid, but I can't remember which one it is. I can't remember what it's called. I never actually... Okay, that's bad. I never actually finished Super Metroid. I started playing Super Metroid, but I never played it all the way through. Anyway, this is what I mean by danger. I'm probably one hit away from death here if it's a big enough hit, so I have to be very, very careful. This thing would probably kill me if it hit me. Oh, it's Maxime again. But now he is acting all strange. How mysterious. Harmony of Dissonace's storyline, the reason I'm talking over these cutscenes is because, number one, it doesn't really matter, and number two, the storyline is kind of confusing and strange. Maybe it's like a translation problem, but I still have I have a lot of questions about the basic premise of the storyline of this game that I still have unanswered by the end of it. This is what I mean when I talk about the Bible being the best sub-weapon in the game, by the way. I can hit all of these enemies from a position of absolute safety. Like, the axe, I guess, would let me hit them from, like, below, but, like, the Bible is, like, letting me hit multiple things, too. Because I'm pretty sure there are enemies over on the left side of the screen that I'm hitting with these Bible throws. And this is actually a good example of something that I talked about, that I briefly mentioned before, which is resource management. Harmony of Dissonance gives you two resources. It gives you a magic meter that replenishes on its own, and then it gives you hearts that you pick up like normal in Castlevania games. You rip a torch and a heart comes out, and you pick it up and you use it to throw your Bible at the bad guys. But with this opens up an interesting... This is another thing, by the way, that makes it feel very different from Symphony of the Night, which is that in Symphony of the Night, you're so overpowered that there's almost no reason to ever utilize any of the magic spells that Alucard has at his disposal. Tetra Spirit is good on a couple of bosses, but generally it's completely superfluous. Whereas in Harmony of Dissonance, at least you play on hard mode, you are constantly vulnerable, constantly in danger, and you really want to kill enemies in a way that's as safe as possible, and magic is a great way to do that. So what that means is that you don't want to run out of hearts, and you also don't want to overexert your magic. You don't want to, like, deplete your magic in case you need it at another time, but at the same time, you don't want to waste magic, right? Because the magic is constantly replenishing. So every second that you spend with a full mana bar is a second of mana regeneration that you're not taking advantage of. And that's kind of how you have to think of it. I took damage back there, so I got super paranoid and decided to go all the way back to the save station to heal. Probably unnecessary, but I think I was a little bit spooked after I spent so much of the lead up to that save station being like one hit away from death. So I just wanted to be super safe, because this boss coming up here is the first boss that's actually pretty dangerous. Resource management, yeah. That's an interesting element of Harmony of Dissonance, is making sure you are not overcapping on hearts, and also making sure that you're not wasting mana that you could be using. The way that I sort of do this in my runs is I have parts of the run where I know I want to use hearts. Like, generally I'm going to be using magic, but then there are a couple of boss fights and a couple of combat sections where I know I'm going to want to use the Bible a lot, so I just kind of sit and use magic by default, and then save up a lot of hearts for those particular moments where I know I'm going to use like a ton of them. That kind of helps me, helps prevent me from wasting mana that I could be using. And it ensures that I have the stockpile of hearts that I need to use my Bible spam strats on those parts of the game. This guy doesn't seem so dangerous right now, but he's going to get a lot more dangerous in the second and third phases. The second phase is particularly rough if it's your first time fighting him, because it's not at all clear what he's going to do. It's that charge there. He charges, and then he disappears, and then it's very easy to jump down from the platforms like too early, in my opinion. And like land on top of him or land in the range of his charge, because you really have to wait. It's not just about like you have to be fast, but you also have to wait, which is an odd combination of things to have to do. But that's just how it is, and that's why I'm not using any magic here, because I really don't have the time. I need to be able to react to this guy like immediately all the time. This is also a pretty cool boss, visually. Yeah, the jumping is to prevent you from just sitting up on one of those platforms and spamming magic or spamming a sub-weapon at him until he dies. Now he's in Phase 3 where he's at his most dangerous, and what makes him so dangerous is that jumping that he keeps doing, where I'm kind of barely dodging out of the way of it. And I think he's going to hit me at some point, because I don't quite execute it. Yeah, right there. I was trying to backdash. I should have just dive kick, slide kicked under him like I was doing before. Oh well. And again. It's about not getting too cocky. It's about knowing when you've crossed that line into how many times can I swing at this guy while still being safe, while still giving myself enough time to react. Like, how many attacks can I do? And what's nice about the fact that Juiced has so much movement is that it helps make sure you can stay aggressive. It helps keep the pace of the game up. The fact that he can react so quickly to enemies telegraphing their attacks or just changes in the situation. So even though I did get hit there a couple times, it's not because I didn't have the tools, right? It's just because that last phase he's moving particularly fast, and I just didn't execute the correct response to what was going on. And that's important. That's very, 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 very important. Now here, this is actually also inefficient because I kept on changing my route through the game as I kept on playing it. This is going to be hard to describe until we see it, but basically I was expecting to come back into this zone from a different way, so I wanted to go dip in there and knock over that rock to make sure that this zone was accessible from above. But I ultimately ended up not going into this zone from above when I came back to it, so not ultimately necessary. The reason I didn't magic that guy is because I was saving up the magic for these. Another reason why the Bible is really good. Look at these beautiful paintings. Paintings of bloody skulls. This is the kind of shit that it would make more sense for the Grim Reaper to have, don't you think? The Grim Reaper is usually surrounded by paintings, but they're usually more tasteful than this. Magic him. Magic him. Well, okay. Didn't end up being necessary. Oh well. Oh well. What a wonderful game Harmony of Dissonance is. Another thing to clear up this was really good. I have never seen that drop before this run. This piece of armor that I just got, but that was actually really important, and it helped smooth out later dangerous parts of the run by a lot, because I'm not out of the woods yet. I'm not out of like the really dangerous segment of the game, because I don't have the big defensive buffs that I was talking about briefly before. You don't get those until the clock tower, which is pretty fucking dangerous in its own way. But yeah, that armor that just dropped from the skeleton dude with the barrel is really good, and makes sure that it helps keep me safe between here and the clock tower. I don't know if it ever necessarily made the difference between life and death, but I mean, it really easily could have. So I guess if you really wanted to, you could like farm these guys for like 6 extra defense, but again, it's not about necessarily whether farming gives you an advantage or not. It's about whether the game incentivizes you to farm. Like, is the game so hard that you have to do that, right? That's the question. Or do the challenges that the game presents to you, like, are they cheesable through sheer numerical, like, brute forcing in that way? Because Harmony of Dissonance on hard mode with no items is pretty dangerous. I might be making it look kind of smooth, but that's just because I've done this a lot. Well, I probably didn't make it look that smooth. I was like 1 hit away from death for the past like 20 minutes. And now I'm getting hit by these guys. Come on, Shovatar. That skeleton in the background. Let's see if I can see it again. That is the giant 3-eyed ghost from Rondo. I don't know if that skeleton quite makes sense. I don't think it had eye bones, but oh well. I don't think that I think that I don't know if Dracula was too concerned about anatomical feasibility when he designed these evil undead demons, if he even designed them in the first place. Fucking love the skeleton cave. Fucking love it. Love the boss in it, love the enemies, love the way it's designed. Don't love these guys, but holy shit, are they so much easier to deal with than the ones in Rondo. Probably just because I can double jump. Because I have the Bible. So this is another example of like the false choices that Harmony presents you with, where there are 2 doors there, and I could have gone to the caverns or the skeleton cave, but the caverns has shit in it that you need the double jump to get access to, so you should just go to the skeleton cave first, and if you don't, you're just making the wrong decision. That being said, there is an item you can get in the caverns that gives your whip lightning properties. Because right now the one that I have on gives it fire properties, which is a general damage buff, but then does extra damage against enemies that are weak to fire. The one that's available here in the caverns does the same thing but for lightning, and the Skull Knight boss in the Skeleton Cave is actually weak to lightning. So if you're a new player, or if you're like having a bunch of trouble with the skeleton boss, you could conceivably go here first, get the lightning whip, go to the Skeleton Cave, fight that guy, and then come back here. But I don't know if No, there's not anything in this zone that you need the double jump to access, I don't think. I think what it is that this zone is how you get to the next part of the game. So if you want to be perfectly efficient, it makes more sense to do the Skeleton Cave first, then come here and clear this area out, and then go on to the next part of the game. But if you really wanted to, you could go here first, get the Lightning Whip, go to the Skeleton Cave, use the Lightning Whip to kill the Skull Knight more easily, then come back here and go on to the next part of the castle. If you really wanted to, you could do that. So I guess even if one of the choices is horribly inefficient, I'm glad that there is at least kind of a reason to take one path or the other. Be better than no reason. The elemental weaknesses of enemies are not always apparent. Also, I actually had to look up like a table of what was what, because it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like the witch enemies that I was fighting earlier are weak to fire. The plants are weak to fire, but that does make sense. I don't think skeletons are like weak to any of the elemental stuff, but the really weird stuff comes in later. I'm going to wait to talk about that until it shows up, because there's 4 elemental whips. There's fire, lightning, ice, and wind, I believe. I spend most of the game in either lightning or ice. This is what I mean when I talk about like the Bible. I mean, I guess I could have done that with the axe, and maybe the axe does extra damage to the plants. That'd be pretty fun. But anyway, yeah, these guys are like so fucking dangerous, and it's just amazing how, what's so amazing is that you go through like a gauntlet of them in the treasury, and like they just keep showing up and they just do so much damage. It's so weird. It makes me wonder if there's some like trick to fighting them that I just never got. Because like I said, I know you can hit the bombs before they hit you, so maybe if I flail the whip, the bomb, but the bomb has like an explosion. The bomb like shoots out like flames that hit things around it, so I think that was why I was never really clear on how you were supposed to avoid taking damage from them, because it just seemed like if I hit the bomb while it was too close to me, then it would just damage me anyway. I don't know. Bone throwers. That's funny, because I've been calling every skeleton enemy in the game that throws a bone thrower since, like, Castlevania 1, and now there's actually an enemy called a bone thrower that's distinct from the enemy that actually throws the bones. So now I don't know what to do, or where I am, or what my name is. Next boss. This one is kind of tricky, because of this attack. You have to just watch the rocks and not get hit by them. Move very carefully, don't do that. Don't hit the dash button no matter how much you want to, just walk around them. Much smarter. And then get out of the way when he does that attack. And those are the only 2 attacks he does in Phase 1. So, pretty simple boss, as long as you can avoid getting hit by the falling rocks. This actually wasn't one of the bosses that I originally wanted to get the Fire Book spell for, but this is actually a pretty good usage of it. Because once you get to Phase 2, it becomes this very annoying game of, now you can attack him, and then now you have to wait for him until you can attack him again. Because once he starts doing this shit, like, there's no way you can hit him, pretty much. And if you stay too close to him, you're just gonna get hit. So you have to, like, hit him a little bit, then back up and wait, and that's another thing the Bible is good for, is hitting him while you're far away. And it makes this phase feel very tedious. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the Ice Bible spell would hit him too. I think the fire gouts do go up high enough to hit that little red orb that's his weak point, but I don't know if it would do... I don't know if the, like, mana to damage efficiency would be as good as it is for Bible Fire. I didn't ever really test it out that explicitly. It just seemed to make sense to me that Fire Bible would do more damage because it creates a stationary thing that hits him over and over again, rather than like a couple of flame pillars that come and go. I don't know. Now we have to wait on this raft above this rising lake of pink lemonade to get to the next part of the game. This reminds me of Super Castlevania 4. There's a level in Super Castlevania 4 where you have to like wait on an elevator for a long time. Well, actually you don't have to, but I thought I did, so... oh well. This part kind of sucks. I don't like waiting for things. And this is like a part of the game where you have to wait. I guess you have to wait during the golem fight. You have to wait during a lot of boss fights. Not a lot of boss fights. Some of the boss fights incorporate a lot of waiting. Oh wait, it's not pink lemonade. It's blood from a dead General Olrox or something. Ah yes, the slimes. The jumping slime enemies. Long absent. You may remember them from Simon's Quest. They are much, much easier to deal with in this game than in Simon's Quest because you can react much more quickly, you can like move, and the slimes don't jump at you at an angle that's like simultaneously so high up that you can't get them, and also far like close enough to you that if you walk in any direction, they will always hit you. Watch my Simon's Quest footage, and you'll see what I'm talking about with these, with the Simon's Quest iteration of these guys. Another thing that I should mention about the enemy design in this game is that it feels like exactly what it is, which is kind of a stepping stone from Simon's Quest to Rondo, because this is right in between that. This is Simon Belmont's grandson, and presumably Richter's grandfather, I guess, if I'm remembering that correctly. Oh yeah, another important note about the Lightning Whip is that the Lightning Whip does extra damage to armored enemies, which is why that is useful. The Ice Whip that you get later is useful because it's good against a couple of really dangerous enemies that are near the part of the game where you get it, but the Lightning Whip is good for hitting the high defense armor enemies. Which, I guess you could maybe guess that. Metal conducts electricity, but I don't know. I mean, doesn't metal conduct heat, too? So wouldn't fire also do a bunch of damage? Oh, whatever. The scarecrows in this game are very different from the scarecrows in Symphony of the Night. The scarecrows in this game actually move into a position where you can whip them. Instead of just, like, bouncing over you the whole time. Yeah, now I have a dive kick. Now that I have I think I started talking about that, but I don't know if I finished my thought. Once you have double jump, once you have the slide kick and the double jump, you can do like a little dive kick from the air, which does as much damage as a slide kick, i.e. the same amount of damage that a whip swing does, which is also good to know. It's really cool looking, but there are only a couple of practical applications of it. I've found, anyway. Because it's not like Super Mario Brothers. You can't like just jump on enemies over and over again and kill them. Well, I guess at least I don't think you can. I think you kind of recoil a little bit when you hit them with a dive kick, but I think that you will probably just get damaged by them if you try to do it over and over again. Am I actually going to buy anything from this guy here? I think I will. I think he has a helmet for me to buy. Yeah. This isn't the part of the game where I get a big defensive buff. That's going to be way later. But it's very odd because I feel like this guy is sometimes available and sometimes not available. And like I said, you have to do weird things to make him available or unavailable, and I don't even know what those things are. I just love watching like Juiced move. It's so wonderful. Like it's so fluid and fast and like not only is it fast, but it's like there's constantly things that I could be doing to make it go faster. Okay, this is not fast. Pushing boxes, hallowed tradition from the days of Circle of the Moon, making its grand reappearance here. Whatever. Because because in Circle of the Moon, the underground warehouse was like the designated pushing boxes zone, but here it's more like they do it a couple times and they don't go too overboard with it. There is a part way later in the game where there's going to be like 3 pushing box puzzles in a row, but that's okay. These chicks are actually pretty dangerous. The reason that they're not a problem is because I'm using the Bible, because the magic spells that they summon are destructible like objects, which means that if the Bible hits them, it just stops them from casting any magic, which is why they never do anything to me. But trying to fight them without that would require carefully... well, if they fly down in front of me like that, then it's not an issue. But otherwise it would require, like, careful jumping and careful control over where my whip is hitting them. That kind of thing. These slimes, actually, if they hit you in their full form, can put status effects on you. And that's particularly bad for me because my stipulation for this run is no items. That does just mean no potions. That means no antidotes and no items that will clear those status effects. There's only 2 status effects in Harmony of Dissonance. There's Poison, which is like traditional RPG poison, deals ticking damage over time, and then Curse, which slows your movement speed and prevents you from doing, I think, a lot of special movements. Like, I think you can't slide kick. I don't think you can dash. But that's all it does. It's not like Symphony of the Night Curse, which prevents you from attacking. It just prevents you from doing too much advanced movement. Or rather, from doing any kind of advanced movement, which is ironic, considering that in Circle of the Moon, Curse prevents you from doing, like, everything but slide kicking, where slide kicking is, like, your only option to do any damage. Here it's the opposite. So, yes, that's one of the things about the no items run that makes it more difficult, that it makes status effects more dangerous. I hope people don't misunderstand the no items label on the video to be like no equipment, because I think that's pretty silly. This is the danger with all the advanced movement options that you have available to you in Harmony of Dissonance, is that, like, the temptation is there to dash everywhere, but you really gotta be careful, and you really gotta, like, exercise some restraint. Because if you dash literally everywhere, you're gonna run into things, because the screen is just not big enough to give you enough time to react, generally speaking. And another thing that I want to point out, because I mentioned Circle of the Moon a moment ago, I want to point out that one of my complaints about Circle of the Moon was the fact that you had elemental attacks in Circle of the Moon. Like the Salamander card would do fire attacks, the Thunderbird card would do lightning attacks, etc. And there were enemies that had elemental resistances, where they would take reduced damage from certain elemental attacks, but I never noticed any enemies that had elemental weaknesses. So, fortunately, here in Harmony of Dissonance, it's more fair, where there are enemies that have elemental resistances, but then there are a lot of enemies that have elemental weaknesses, which gives you a reason to actually engage with the... or I should say more of a reason to engage with the different stones you can apply to your whip than you would otherwise. Look at that. That's so fucking cool. So yeah, I think I already said that I'm going to be using Ice Bible throughout most of the game. A little bit of Fire Bible here and there, a little bit of Lightning Bible, although a lot less than I used before. The text there in that text box, I think, was a series of nonsense numbers for a couple of frames before the game figured out that Maxime was trying to say juiced. And this is like the second of 2 ridiculous conversations that occur in this game. I think the first conversation between Juiced and the Grim Reaper is kind of silly. I didn't really talk about it because I was busy talking about the game, and then this conversation is pretty fucking weird because Juiced, for some reason, just doesn't tell Maxime that he saw his evil clone running around elsewhere in the castle. Which you'd think would be the first thing you would tell anybody who you meet. If you and your buddy go to like a haunted castle and then you're running around and you see an evil version of him, and then you see the regular version of him again, you'd think you would tell him immediately. I still don't get this, by the way. I don't get why being a vampire hunter is some kind of horrible fate if there's no vampire around. Maybe there are other vampires, you know? I guess there's no reason there couldn't be. Because I think the lore basically is that Dracula's power comes from a larger source of darkness. So I guess there could be other manifestations of that, and maybe Juice is supposed to go fight other vampires, and Dracula's just the biggest, baddest one. I don't know. I don't know. I also don't know how this makes any sense. Because my memory of Simon's quest is that Simon gathers up all the remains and then tosses them in a pile and then sets them all on fire. So I don't know how Maxime found them again after Simon destroyed them. Maybe he didn't actually destroy them. Maybe he just used them to bring back Dracula's ghost and then kill it, and then like what, re-hid them again. I feel like he would try to destroy them. Maybe they're not destroyable. Anyway, this is all like uh nitpicking basically. I should just be grateful that well, maybe I shouldn't be grateful, but the game had to have a story. And one of the things that I didn't like about Circle of the Moon was the fact that it was taking place after Symphony of the Night, because Symphony of the Night struck me at the time as having such a definitive ending to the series. So when they came back to do more games in like the regular timeline, they did something that I think was smart, was that they set it before Symphony of the Night, because you think about the timeline as it is established at this point in the game's history. You've got like what? You got Trevor Belmont 1400s, you got Christopher Belmont 1500s, you got Simon Belmont 1600s, and then you got Richter Belmont end of the 1700s. So you've got some generations of Belmonts to work with there, but the problem is incorporating Dracula. Like something that I kept on expecting to happen as I went through these games that never really did was I was expecting them to answer my question of, are there other vampires besides Dracula? Like, are you gonna fight any different vampires in this game? That's kind of what I thought would happen after Symphony of the Night, but I guess they figured that if you any game where you don't fight Dracula at the end is a little bit too anticlimactic, I guess was their reasoning. Aria of Sorrow doesn't do that, but Aria of Sorrow is weird in a lot of ways, especially in the storyline. Anyway, what I'm getting at basically is that the game is not gonna have a good reason for bringing Dracula back, pretty much, because of especially after Simon's Quest, because of how definitive the conclusion of Simon's Quest was. So it's just one of those things you have to accept. Well, not definitive, but how dead Dracula seems to be at the end of Simon's Quest. Although, of course, famously, at the end of Simon's Quest, bewilderingly the best ending, the ending that you get if you beat the game at the fastest time cutoff, Dracula does rip his arm out of the grave and threaten his return, so maybe this is just in keeping with that. Although Dracula, whatever. I'm overthinking it. Maybe it makes more sense in the Japanese version, but I don't think so, because I think in a lot of these games the story is sort of in all these games really the story is not the focus, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't need these games to have super complicated intricate storylines. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the story once more of it is revealed. But it's basically like if they took the Hugh-Nathan relationship from Circle of the Moon and made Hugh like a little bit less of an asshole. Because in Circle of the Moon, you play as Nathan, and then you have a buddy called Hugh who like gets like kind of like corrupted by Dracula, kind of like brainwashed, and he ends up becoming a boss fight. But the reason why he was vulnerable to that is because he was like jealous of you for getting the magic vampire whip, and Maxime doesn't phrase it as he's jealous exactly. He phrases it more like, "Oh, I didn't want you to have to be a vampire hunter," but I don't know if that's supposed to be bullshit or not. Anyway, here's my least favorite boss in the entire game, the Devil. If you watched my Circle of the Moon video, and I don't blame you if you didn't, one of my most frequent complaints was that the flying enemies in Circle of the Moon were very, very hard to predict in terms of when they were going to change direction, like whether they were going to go forward or back at any given time when they were in midair. And the Devil is the same situation, where my goal is basically to never jump in this whole fight, because if I jump, I'm going to commit myself to a certain horizontal position, and if he's not standing still, winding up an attack, then he could hit me if I jump. Because he could just start moving and he could move right into me. And getting hit by this guy is bad because he curses you, which, as I think I recently mentioned, reduces your movement speed. It means you can't do like any dashes, so getting hit by him once makes it easier to get hit by him again. And I think on hard mode, I think he can hit me... I think I can survive 3 hits from him, maybe? I don't know, I'll find out. I think he does like 79 damage or something, and I think I have enough health to take that like twice before I die. So my strategy with this whole fight is to basically never jump, which means that I can only hit him with the Bible or with the Fire Bible spell, which is what I wanted that for. Because I could probably hit him with Ice Bible, but Ice Bible runs along the floor, and I felt bad about, like... Or I felt a little bit... I felt like Fire Bible would be easier to utilize because I could do it while he does his, like, hovering in midair attack. I wouldn't have to wait for him to land. And, the hovering in the air attack is easier to dodge because you just have to go, like, underneath him. And yeah, this is the one exception where I only jump and whip him if he's standing completely still doing that laser attack. And I don't know if I could jump over him when he does that. Probably not. He's probably too tall. I actually don't know. Yeah, see, that what I just did there, jumping and whipping at him, that was a terrible idea because he could have just changed direction and flown right into me. And I think there is going to be a point, so like the biggest hazard in this fight is basically just getting impatient and jumping at him when you shouldn't, which is any time when he's not doing that. So I think he does hit me eventually, but I don't think it's because I get impatient. I think it's just because I miss time. I think I try to dash under him and he falls on top of me, and I wasn't like expecting him to do that. That was a little bit risky. That, if I'd done that a little bit later, he probably could have bumped me with his knees. But I got away with it barely. And here, oh, yep, see, there it is, 62. And as you can see, I don't think I can take that again without dying. So he can actually hit me. I die in 3 hits from this guy. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I should have. I basically let him corner me when I shouldn't have. But fortunately, that's the end of the fight. And it was almost no damage, but oh well. A lot of fights are going to be like that. They're going to be like almost no damage, but I get hit like once or twice. Where am I going? Yeah, that's not the right way you go. So this is where the game actually does get kind of non-linear. Because at the very beginning, there's no variation in the routes that you could take, but this is the first place where you get an option about where to go first, where I can either go straight to the clock tower, or I can go down into the Aqueduct of Dragons and go from there to the clock tower, because the clock tower is the next story part. The Aqueduct of Dragons, which is where I'm going now, is actually not necessary to visit at all unless you want to get the best ending, because there's no exploration tools there, and there's no story elements there, but what is there is one of the relics of Dracula, which, as Maxine mentioned, he found them, he gathered them all up, and the relics of Dracula are scattered throughout this castle, and each of the relics of Dracula in this game, as in Symphony of the Night, give you a certain buff to your stats. And in the Aqueduct of Dragons is the Nail of Dracula, I believe, which increases your strength by 10, which is, of course, really good. Defense is more important in Harmony of Dissonance than it is in Symphony of the Night, because you're not as... you're so much more vulnerable in Harmony of Dissonance, as that fight with the Devil Boss, I think, should have demonstrated. But the defense relic is the Fang, which is like the Tooth of Dracula, I think, or the Fang of Dracula. That's available in the Clock Tower, but you can't get to it until you basically clear out the whole thing. It's kind of complicated to explain. So basically I have a choice between going to the Clock Tower and getting a big defensive buff in the form of a whole suit of armor you can get, a whole set of like armor you can get, and then the Tooth of Vlad, or I can go to the Aqueduct of Dragons. I can get an offensive buff and get a few levels from killing these fish guys. And the reason that I'm choosing to do this is because these guys are pretty dangerous, as you can see, but there's a solution, which is to just hit them twice and then use Ice Bible to kill them, because these guys have a bad habit of, like, that slide forward attack they do is, like, kind of telegraphed and kind of not telegraphed, and I never really learned the difference between them telegraphing the slide attack and then telegraphing the shoot water out of their mouths attack. But the reason why I'm risking this anyway is because the Clock Tower is also super dangerous because it has Harpies in it. And the Harpies have a lot of health. They can get knocked off the screen if you hit them, and they do a lot of damage. But the crucial thing about the Aqueduct of Dragons is the Aqueduct of Dragons has the Blue Stone, which gives your whip ice powers. And I think I mentioned earlier that the two elemental attributes that I most often apply to my whip are the Lightning Stone and the Ice Stone. Lightning Stone for armored enemies, Ice Stone for pretty much everything in this part of the game, because all the fish enemies, believe it or not, are weak to ice, not lightning, which I never would have guessed. And also the harpies are weak to ice too. And I actually should take off the night goggles because I'm never going to utilize them again. I hope I remember to do that at some point because I could really use the extra defense, but oh well. So yeah, getting the blue stone from the aqueduct makes fighting the harpies much easier because now I have because I do a lot more damage to them with the ice stone on. So even though this part is pretty hairy, the fact is that the clock tower will be really hairy anyway, and I get a benefit to the clock tower here. That makes the harpies are honestly more dangerous, I think, than the fishmen, because the fishmen are like you just need to have the NP to use the Ice Bible spell after you hit them a couple times, whereas the harpies, it's like they're just hard to hit, and they're hard to see, and they're hard to react to, and they're hard to kill. That's the real problem, because hitting them too many times makes them fly off the screen, which is a pet peeve of mine. So it's kind of like, so this is the first point in the game where I think you have real options for taking different routes, and I think this is the smarter decision. Yep, this is also very Simon's Quest-like. Speaking of Simon's Quest, walking through like solid walls, that's the kind of thing Simon's Quest used to like to make you have to do. And you might have noticed that earlier in the zone I picked up a hint card, and hint cards, there's 6 of them in the whole game, and they give you different pieces of information. One of them gives you a hint about that hallway there with the statue, although I didn't actually need the hint. I figured it's a giant hallway with a big armor enemy like guarding the end of it, like there's gotta be something here, and then I just like jumped into the wall, and fortunately I guessed that I could walk through it. And you have to do something kind of similar to get the Tooth of Vlad in the clock tower, but that's a more it's easier to guess that you could do that. There's no specific hint card for it. One of the consequences of not using any healing items is that I make sort of more liberal use of save stations to heal myself than I otherwise might, because I want to get the blue stone over here, but I didn't want to go in here with less than full health. Interesting. So the Nail of Vlad increases my strength by 10, but I'm only doing 5 more damage. Huh. I wonder where that is. I wonder what the... I mean, it obviously has something to do with the calculations, with the damage calculations. Maybe the relics don't buff your stats by as much in hard mode. That would be interesting if that was true, but I don't know if that's actually the case. I'm probably never going to check. And I still have the night goggles on. I'm going to go crazy. So now I'm doing mega damage, and now I can actually kill the pink guys without having to use Ice Bible to finish them off. Basically, if the pink guys ever get an attack off, the odds of you taking damage from them are very high, in my experience anyway. Because the correct solutions for their 2 attacks are completely different, where if they slide, you want to jump over them, if they shoot water, you want to duck under it, but if you, like, I don't know what the two, I don't know how you can tell the difference between which ones they're going to do. I just never figured it out. The reason I'm going back here is because there's a hard expansion over here. And if you're curious about that fist sub-weapon, I think that's unique to Harmony of Dissonance, and it's not super interesting. It's like pretty cool. Like Juice does like a big like flurry of punches and kind of surges forward a little bit, but it's just not as useful as the Bible. The Bible kind of filters out all other sub-weapons from being useful for most of the game, in my opinion, anyway. Because, like, I do love this game, and I've played this game a lot, but there are still lots of things about it that I just don't know. Like, I don't know what all the different magic spells do. I don't know what most of the axe spells do. I don't know what most of the holy water spells do. I don't know what any of the crucifix spells do. In fact, I don't even know if the crucifix in this game is a classic style crucifix or a Symphony of the Night style crucifix. I'm guessing it's probably classic style. And to explain what I mean by that, in Symphony of the Night, if Alucard picks up the crucifix, it doesn't work like the boomerang crucifix that's present in a lot of other Castlevania games. It does like a bunch of damage to everything on the screen and kind of acts like an item crash from Rondo. I'm guessing that's not what happens in Harmony of Dissonance. I'm guessing it's more of a normal normal boomerang style crucifix. So I don't know what any of that stuff does. And maybe that's better than the Bible, but I really don't think so, because, like I mentioned, one of the most dangerous enemies in the game are the Harpies, who fly around in the air, and the Bible basically just solves them. This part is so weird, because I feel like these yellow guys should be dying. But they don't. And that's why I spam the Ice Bible spell over and over again, because I'm waiting for them to die. But it ends up working out, because I end up using more of my MP than I otherwise might have. So I end up making like more efficient use of it, because at the end of every boss fight, you fully restore your MP with the little orb that drops. There's no reason not to totally blow your load MP-wise on every boss fight. So to speak. The clock tower. How would I rank the Harmony of Dissonance clock tower in the esteemed gallery of clock tower levels? You know, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's definitely better than the Circle of the Moon clock tower, which is probably one of the worst. This is just a different kind of game than the classic Castlevanias, so obviously there's no insta-kill spikes. There's no death pits, which are usually the things that make clock tower levels so hazardous. What other clock tower levels are there? There's the one in Rondo, which is kind of a very brief one. There's the one in Dracula's Curse, of course, which is the most dangerous out of all of them. Dracula X has a pretty fucking annoying clock tower. That one's really bad. I actually had forgotten about that until I just reminded myself of it. Oh yeah, so these guys right here are like tricky. You have to do a very specific... There's very specific timing for fighting these guys, where if the sword is transparent, you can't do damage to them. When the sword becomes opaque again, like that's when you can hit them. But if you wait to try to jump, because you have to hit them at the hilt of the sword, I think, like where their hand would be holding it. And if you wait until the sword becomes opaque again to start jumping towards them and swinging at the hilt, you're just going to jump into the sword. So you have to kind of jump over the sword as they're bringing it back up again, and then swing the whip such that at the moment that the sword becomes solid again, your whip will be at the spot that it needs to be in order to damage them. And you're going to see me do that again. The reason that I use the Ice Bible spell there for the third hit is just for extra safety, because I've already hit them twice. They kind of do a lot of damage. Everything on hard mode does a lot of damage. In fact, I think I'm about to get hit by a harpy here in a second. No? Okay, good. Yeah, because I knew that thing was there, so I was ready for it, but under normal circumstances, I don't think there's any way you could anticipate that shit was going to happen. The disc armor from Symphony of the Night makes its return in a much more manageable form, where it actually dies in less than double-digit hits. Go figure. I'd like to say that was intentional, but it wasn't. I accidentally turned around. For some reason, the living swords are weak to ice, so it's like they made everything. They made a lot of things weak to ice, which I appreciate because I think Ice Bible is really good, and it means that I don't have to worry about constantly swapping back and forth with the whip element stones. And yeah, you'll notice the way that the harpy was getting knocked back there over and over again by the Bible. That's why the Bible is so good, because it completely counters the harpy's lunge attack, which is their most dangerous attack. Oh yeah, the elemental stone. So it means that I can basically leave the ice stone on the whole time. And so here's the part of the game where you get the armor set that I was talking about. This is where things are going to get a lot safer after this guy dies. This is a neat little touch here. I said that Harmony of Dissonance likes these little contextual environmental changes. I like how making the screen all pixely is the way they visually convey that something's getting crunched up. I think it's pretty funny. And here I finally take off the night goggles. 101, 115. 122. So I think I just gained, not counting, I didn't see how much I gained from the armor, so I think I just gained like maybe like 25 or 30 defense, which is pretty huge. I don't know what the exact calculations there are. I don't know if I'm literally taking 30 less damage from everything. I would guess I'm not, but it could be the case. I mean, I don't know. Of course, the hard mode calculations of doubling all the damage makes that more complicated. Yeah, this is the thing about fighting harpies that sucks, where like I hit that thing 4 times and it didn't die, and then it's off the screen, and it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Now we're coming up on one of the most perplexing boss fights in the game. Not perplexing as in like perplexingly difficult, but perplexing as in like, this is like so weird. The first time I fought this boss, I thought it was like a joke. Like I thought it was going to be like a joke boss, and then like after it died, the real boss was going to come out. But no, this is actually the real boss. Where what you're supposed to do is hit it, and then when the smaller slime balls come out towards you, you're supposed to hit them, and then I guess just don't get cornered by it, I guess is the strat. I have a feeling that I am taking a lot less damage from these small slimes than the game maybe expects me to because I got the Guardian armor. Because if you play this, when you fight this guy in the boss rush, the little slimes do like 40 damage. I mean, in the boss rush, your stats are adjusted, so it's not like 40 damage in the boss rush. It wouldn't be the same as like 40 damage right now would be. But my point is that they actually do damage in the boss rush. Here they don't, and I don't know why. I could be throwing Bibles at this guy. I think the reason that I'm not doing it is because there's a boss that's going to come up at some point a little bit later that I know I want to spam the Bible on, but I don't remember. But I feel like there's probably enough. Okay, yeah, now I'm doing it. There's probably enough hearts between here and there for me to like safely use the Bible here. Plus, the Bible is just best at clearing this shit out and hitting the boss at the same time when he's on the ceiling. Yeah, this is more involved than I remember this being the first time around. I wonder if it's weak to lightning. Maybe I had the lightning whip on when I first fought this thing, and it was like getting shreked by the lightning. I don't remember. It also normally doesn't sit on the ceiling for this long. I feel like it usually does that earlier. I don't know what about this is supposed to be hard, by the way. I don't know if it's supposed to be like teaching you to not get cornered, but like the Skull Knight already teaches you not to get cornered. The Devil kind of teaches you not to get cornered. All these bosses teach you not to get cornered. I don't know. Maybe it's probably harder if you don't have like Ice Bible or if you don't have the Bible, because then you don't have like a button you can just push to get rid of all the slimes on the screen. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Because the thing is that I never played this game without the Bible, because I knew from Rondo that the Bible was really good. So as soon as I saw it, I just grabbed it and I held onto it. There's actually one run that I did where I tried to use the dagger the whole time instead of the Bible, because the dagger is actually super useful at the very end, which I'll talk about more when we get there. But there was a specific part in the Aqueduct of Dragons where I realized that I really wanted the Bible for it, and the dagger was not going to cut it. So, and it's not a part you've seen yet, because there's 2 castles, and it's like I don't know what the game calls them, but I just think of them as the regular castle and the reverse castle, because that's how it is in Symphony of the Night, even though the other castle in Harmony of Dissonance is not actually reversed, it's just kind of like different looking. But in the reverse aqueduct, there's a room that like the Ice Bible spell is really good for, and nothing else is really as good at clearing it out. Arrgh! Death has returned. That's such a weird translation. I feel like Juiced would not react in that way, especially because he's so like calm now. An interesting facet of this game that I thought would go in a different direction is the fact that Death doesn't seem to know what's going on at the beginning. Like when Juiced and Death talk to each other at the start, Death seems like he's confused, and he still seems kind of confused here. Which is neat. I don't know if there are any games that ever like go more in depth on the whole Dracula death relationship, if there even is such a thing. I pointed out as early as my Castlevania 1 video that it's funny that the embodiment of death is working for Dracula. Like the Grim Reaper works for Dracula. That's pretty funny. But I don't know what that relationship is like. It seems to be pretty much just a case of death is just his top dude, and there's not really any kind of conflict there. I don't know. It would have been pretty fucking kino if Death like showed up at the end of the Dracula fight in Symphony of the Night to like kill him definitively. But obviously that didn't happen. There's actually a funny moment in the Dracula fight in Symphony of the Night. I'm just going to talk about this. Dracula. Death is explaining the whole two castle thing, where like you can go back and forth between one castle to the other castle in Harmony of Dissonance, and that doesn't have too many consequences other than just giving you basically twice as much space to explore and twice as much stuff to deal with, and gives you a couple of options about how and when you move through the castle. Not that many options, which I'll talk about more later, but in Symphony of the Night there's a fun moment where, like in the Japanese version of the game, Alucard says something to Death that sounds almost the same as something that... Or Alucard says something to Dracula that sounds almost the same as something that Death says to Richter in Rondo of Blood, which is pretty cool. Anyway, here we are in the reverse clock tower. The evil clock tower? I don't know what to call it. The red clock tower. And you might think that, like, the difference is that the normal clock tower is easier, and then the hard clock tower is like more dangerous, like kind of like a light world dark world thing, like in Metroid Prime 2. That's not the case. In fact, I would say that the reverse clock tower is way easier to navigate than the normal clock tower because there are no harpies here. It's just like floating eyes. The platforming part with the spikes is tougher in the reverse clock tower, but that's pretty much it. And here's another part of the route where I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something slightly, or actually very inefficient, because the way that you get access to the Tooth of Dracula that increases your defense by 10 is you have to do something in the reverse clock tower that will change the layout of the regular clock tower. And then go back to the regular clock tower, and then go to the new room that got opened up, and then go down and get the Tooth of Dracula. And that's slightly out of like order in terms of like what you... If you were just going for like the story, just trying to get through like the story as fast as possible, that's not how you would do it. You wouldn't go back to the regular clock tower until after you do a bunch of shit in like the reverse Skyway. So slightly inefficient, but safer. Because the part of the normal clock tower that gives you the Tooth of Dracula also gives you the Lightning Book, which I don't really use as heavily in this run as I have in previous runs, but is really good as a general safety measure if you're not as familiar with the game or not as familiar with like the layout of the enemies. And you'll see why that is when I get it. It's actually a pretty cool little spell. Yes, as you can see, there's a whole part of the castle I haven't explored yet, and the caverns that I was in earlier with the skeleton cave, that was actually the reverse skeleton cave and like the reverse caverns. So it's not like in Symphony of the Night where like the castle is its own self-contained environment that you completely finish and then you go onto the reverse castle, and the reverse castle is universally harder than the normal castle. No. It's more complicated than that. Which is interesting, but it's not really relevant because despite how open-ended the game seems to be with this like dual world system, the fact is that your path through the game in Harmony of Dissonance is actually pretty restrictive. And that has to do with the way that the exploration tools are doled out to you, and the way that the castle is laid out, where there's no way to get from the left or the right side of the castle until like near the very end of the game, because there's a lot of the pathways between the left and right sides of the castle are blocked by doors that require a skull key, and you get the skull key from Death, and like as usual, Death is like one of the last bosses you fight in the game, so the castle is not really like, it doesn't ever feel like an interconnected environment until the very end, and by the very end you're almost like done, so it's kind of not... It's not like Symphony of the Night. That's another way it's different from Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night, the whole castle feels very accessible and traversable and interconnected, whereas with Harmony of Dissonance, it's like there's two separate castles, but it's almost like there's four separate castles, because each individual castle is basically cut in half down the middle by these skull doors. There's the Healing Mail, which is this game's equivalent of Jupiter Mandragora from Circle of the Moon, which I think I might have talked about. If you stand still, you very slowly heal, but I never make use of that here. This part of the game is pretty cool, and it really encourages you to take advantage of Juiced's movement in a way that the rest of the game kind of doesn't. I'm very glad, by the way, one of the things that I don't like about... Well, I don't like my Circle of the Moon footage that I uploaded and that I commentated. I think that the later runs where I'm doing shooter mode and fighter mode and magician mode are okay. I think that the 5.5-hour video that I commentated for Circle of the Moon is pretty garbage. Because the footage is bad, because I didn't play the game enough times to remember where everything was, and as a consequence, I waste a lot of time and I do a lot of like inefficient routing, or I just waste a lot of time with that video, which I don't like. And I'm very glad that I played Harmony of Dissonance so many times before I finally decided to sit down and get this footage, because actually, this is the second full game run that I recorded, because when I recorded the first time I recorded a full run of this game, I didn't know about hard mode. I didn't know that if you typed in hard game in the name entry screen, then everything would do double damage. And then once I learned that, I was like, oh, because not only had I gotten the footage for it, I had actually already recorded an entire commentary. This is also like the second commentary I've done of this game. And I was like, well, okay. There's this way to play the game that seems like it would be way more fun, and way more challenging, and way more engaging, and way more like interesting to watch. But I already have this footage, I already have this commentary, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it. I'll just record it again. I'll do a commentary again. Like, this is just... Because once I tried out hard mode, no healing items, it was like, okay, this makes the game so much better. Because now you have that feeling of danger, like how Circle of the Moon had, but the movement in Harmony of Dissonance is approximately 300 times better than the movement in Circle of the Moon. So it's like, the castle feels dangerous again, but you also feel like you have the tools you need to overcome it if you just utilize them in a way that's correct and in a way that's clever. Because Juiced is like just so powerful. Like, magic spells are so powerful, the Bible is so powerful, being able to like dash and like dive kick and slide kick is so fucking cool, and so fucking like, it just keeps the pace up so well. I love this game so much. And the real thing about hard mode plus no items, the particular thing about it, is that in my Circle of the Moon video, I talked about how Circle of the Moon felt like it was trying to utilize the Symphony of the Night formula, but create a game that felt more like classic Castlevania. Because Circle of the Moon brought back the difficulty, it brought back the whip-wielding protagonist, it brought back the sort of restrictive movement. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I'm gonna have to edit that out. Yes, Symphony of the Night formula, old-style Castlevania challenge. But it also made the movement actually even worse than the movement in any classic Castlevania, with I guess the exception of Castlevania the Adventure, and added a bunch of obnoxious grinding. So it didn't quite succeed in capturing the same feeling of classic Castlevania. And I think that also the DSS system in Circle the Moon kind of makes you too good by the end of it, because by the end of it you have access to things like the Uranus card, which can like summon like monsters that just like demolish the entire screen. It's like I said in my Circle the Moon video that Circle the Moon doesn't have a reverse difficulty curve, but it absolutely does. It's just not as dramatic as you might expect. When I say reverse difficulty curve, I mean the game is easier at the start, or harder at the start, and then easier the further in you go. The further into it you go, and a lot of RPGs have that. Harmony of Dissonance definitely has that. Like, I think I'm never going to be as threatened again as I was during the Reverse Treasury, or during the Aqueduct, or during the Skeleton Cave. But the point that I'm laboriously trying to make through all these rhetorical detours is that I'm very glad that I decided to do this. I'm glad that I decided to just say fuck it and record the run again and record a commentary again, because this is so much fun. Because it really does it succeeds in doing what Circle of the Moon set out to do, which is restore the feeling of classic Castlevania, where you feel vulnerable and you feel like you're in danger. And also, this is the big thing, by the way, about Harmony of Dissonance, that I can't weigh strongly enough when comparing it to not just Circle of the Moon, but Aria of Sorrow, which is that Harmony of Dissonance has no grinding. You are, in my opinion, never incentivized to grind in Harmony of Dissonance. So it took the idea of Circle of the Moon, and it just fixed everything that was wrong with it, which I think I already said, but I just wanted to mention that again in terms of why I like this particular version of the game so well. And by this particular version of the game, I mean hard mode and no healing items. Because healing items, I think, give you a safety net that feels a little bit too cushy. I like the adrenaline. I like being forced to learn the games, because if I didn't ever, like, it's too easy if you take full advantage of healing items to just like never learn the bosses and never really learn the combat sections and never really learn about all the tools you have at your disposal, because if you take too much damage, you can just use one of the fucking 12 high potions you bought from the merchant to just not worry about it, you know? And I should mention that what inspired me to go back and do not just hard mode, but no items hard mode, was that if you... There's a specific... in Aria of Sorrow, you can enter no... If you set your name as no use, then you can't use items. And that was kind of what inspired me to play Harmony of Dissonance in the same way, because once I played Aria of Sorrow without any items, I realized how much more engaging that made the game. And how much more like challenging and demanding it felt. So, here is Lightning Bible. You have these two spinning shields in front of you that do a lot of damage to things that you run into, but the more times that the shields hit something, the smaller they get, until eventually they dissipate. And even before they dissipate, the fact that they get smaller is a problem, because it means you have to get closer and closer to enemies to actually make use of the... to actually use them. And obviously the closer you get to enemies, the more risky it becomes. And also, the one thing about this spell that I don't like, and it's why I kind of stopped using it as much as I was the first time I found out about the spell, is because, as far as I know, there's no way to get rid of the little lightning shields once you have them active. And that's a problem because, like, let's say that I have the lightning shields up to get through a certain combat section, but then I get to a boss room, and during this boss fight, I really want to have, like, Ice Bible instead of Lightning Bible. Well, you can't use any more you can't use any other spells until like the lightning shields are depleted. And if it's a boss that I want to use Ice Bible or Fire Bible on, it's probably not a boss that I want to get too close to. So I can't just like I can't safely just use the last of the lightning shields on the boss and then swap to something else and then go from there. I would have to take the time to go back and deplete the lightning shields on something else before I actually go into the boss fight and actually start fighting the boss. So that's the one thing about it I don't like, is that it kind of locks you into this... You can get put in this awkward position where you have it active and you don't want it and it's hard to get rid of. But aside from that one little quirk, it's like fucking amazing. And especially if you... This is the point that I think I started making about 25 hours ago, which is that one of the reasons why I don't use it so much in this run is because I've now played the game enough times to be familiar enough with the positions of the enemies that I don't feel like I need to use the shields as like a safety measure when I'm like zooming around, dashing around, jumping around. Which is what it's really useful for, especially with the harpies. The harpies sometimes will just like kill themselves on the bolt shield, and it's also really good against this guy. Although this is also kind of this is also kind of an example of a boss that you really don't want to get close to, because he doesn't really give you much time to react to his like wind-up tail flail. Or well, I mean he does, but not if you want to like. If you want to control his position, if you want to keep him in a corner, then you really have to like. This is the problem, because he'll start winding it up, but if you back off as soon as he starts winding it up, then you're just letting him get a bunch of ground towards you, and it's not 100% clear to me at what point during like the wind up he actually starts flipping out and flailing his tail around. So that boss is kind of annoying. Kind of has a similar problem to the devil, where I'm not good at reading his movements, but unlike the devil, there's no concrete solution for that problem. I just kind of have to like get hit when I get hit and hope I don't get hit. Fortunately, though, the peeping eye does not do the same kind of damage that the devil does. Because I've received that significant defensive buff that I was talking about in the first part of the video. And it's really cool that the two most relevant relics are available like at the start. Are the first two relics that are like available to you. Well, actually that's not true. I think the first relic that's available to you is the ring, which is available in the marble gallery after you get the double jump. But that requires going all the way back from the reverse skeleton cave to the normal gallery, and then going all the way back from the normal gallery to the reverse skeleton cave to keep on playing the game. And because the skull doors are in the way of the middle of the castle, there's no way to do that without taking a very long, very circuitous route. So technically, Nail in the Tooth are not the first available relics, but the first relics that are available without totally fucking up your routing. And here I'm going to do another kind of inefficient thing, which is, in a perfect world, what I would do here is because here's the route. You want to go reverse Clock Tower, reverse Skyway, do some shit in the reverse Skyway, some like story stuff, then go back to the reverse Clock Tower, teleport back to the normal Clock Tower, go back to the normal Skyway, go to the normal chapel to get the next like story beat done. Boy, I missed this. I'm so glad this is happening again. Fucking spikes. Yeah, this part you really want. This is a part where Lightning Bible is really good because it means you don't have to worry about the Medusa heads, which are which are the things that are gonna fuck you up on this big jumping section. The only reason I don't like doing it is because that candle there drops a different sub-weapon than the Bible, and if you break that candle and pick up this other sub-weapon, then your Bible will fall onto the spikes, and you have to like jump down and get it. So that's why I didn't immediately put Lightning Bible on. That's why I tried to just like kill the Medusa heads normally, but eventually I just realized that it made more sense to just use the Lightning Bible spell to protect myself from Medusa heads, and then just jump over the torch and hope I didn't hit it. Unfortunately, it worked out. Anyway, yeah, routing. Reverse Clock Tower, reverse Skyway, back to reverse Clock Tower, normal Skyway, normal chapel. So because that route is so fucked up and weird and like and repetitive, the game is directly incentivizing you to use the aqueduct at some point in that whole sequence, where it's like, if you're going to go to the clock tower twice, you might as well go to the clock tower once from the Skyway and once like via the aqueduct, right? But the problem is that if I go right from the reverse clock tower to the reverse Skyway, then I miss out on an exploration tool that's available in this lower part of the reverse clock tower, which is the Crushing Stone. And one of the relics of Dracula is locked behind a crushable wall in the reverse Skyway, so that I'm trying to find a way to describe this. Basically, if I went right from the reverse clock tower to the reverse Skyway, I would be presented with a barrier that I could not deal with. But if I take this route through the reverse clock tower, where I go to this lower part and then go back up through and then go back like up again, then I can get the Crushing Stone and I can go into the Skyway. I can clear out the Skyway all at once, and then I can use the aqueduct to go back to the clock tower from the Skyway after my business in the Skyway is finished. And by the way, this is what people are talking about when they complain about the routing in this game, because this part of the game is pretty obnoxious. Because there's a lot of like dead ends too that you can hit over and over again. By the way, this is the part of the game that convinced me that I still needed to use the Bible for this route, instead of just using the dagger the whole time. Because like the ice dagger spell is actually pretty good because it homes in on enemies. It's kind of like Sypha's lightning spell, but obviously not as powerful. But it's not going to clear this fucking shit out. And you need to kill these things like immediately. You need to start killing these things like the second you get into the room, and Ice Bible is really the only thing that I'm aware of anyway that effectively clears them all out in that way. So, anyway, the route that I've put together, and also, the only reason I actually went into the aqueduct here was to get to that save station and heal up, because I was like one hit away from death pretty much. So I took an inefficient route and actually made it even more inefficient by taking so much damage from those disc armors earlier, but anyway, but it would be slightly inefficient either way, just because of the Crushing Stone. So actually it's not inefficient, but it looks inefficient. Am I making any fucking sense? I don't even know if the words that are coming out of my mouth are constructing like comprehensible sentences. Basically, I have to go to a part of the clock tower that's out of the way of what would hypothetically be the most efficient route, so that I can get a certain thing that I need to get through certain parts of the Skyway. And it's a big fat pain in the ass, and this is actually the one thing about the routing in Harmony of Dissonance that I do have a problem with, is this particular part where, like, the way that it makes the most sense to get, Actually, let me think for a second. Because I guess I could... No, but either way you have to go through this fucking spike room again. I think what I really wanted to do was figure out a route that would only take me through this spike room once, but that's just not possible, because you have to go down there... Or wait. No, because then you have to go through the Skyway, so you'd have to backtrack through the Skyway. I'm like trying to work out in my head, because you'd have to go down there and then hit that like spinny pillar thing to reveal the Crushing Stone, then come back up to get the Crushing Stone. But if I didn't go back up and just went through the aqueduct, that would spit me out into the Skyway. I have to go through the Skyway to get to the clock tower again. And it's just a big, fat, fucking mess. So here's the situation I was talking about a second ago, which is that the next boss, when I go through that red door down there, I'm gonna hit a boss like immediately. And what I want is Fire Bible for this boss. I do not want Lightning Bible. So I have to find a way to destroy the lightning shields before the fight starts. Which I don't do all the way. I end up kind of playing risky here, where I stand right next to this thing for a little bit, just long enough, and then I back up. So not as bad as it could be. I mean, you can see why I want Fire Bible. Lightning Bible. This boss is dangerous because he kind of like sways back and forth, and it's not always exactly apparent when he's gonna sway into you. So it's kind of like the devil, but less it's less risky to fight it on its terms. You can just stand on one of these platforms. And I think I don't quite know damage to this, because I think it does eventually fly into me at a certain point. And this is the boss that I wanted to spam the Bible for, by the way, just because it's not like the devil where like I feel like I have to only hit it with sub-weapons and spells, but it's just like the Bible, Fire Bible, and then just the Bible itself is really good at clearing out its whole body, and it's really good at dealing consistent damage to it once you enter this phase. Oh, look at that. And if I was being really clever, I would only throw the Bible when it was swaying away from me, so that way it would like keep hitting the further outer arcs of the Bible attack. But oh well. Oh, I do know damage it. Okay, cool, cool. I thought it was gonna. Okay. Usually, what happens on that boss is that the lasers hit me at least once, because I'm just not like paying attention to all three of them at the same time the way that I should be, and like one of them just hits me at an angle that I'm not expecting. And I think I'm going to take off the ice stone here. Yeah, that's smart. These guys do... That's not that much damage, actually. I say that nothing ever threatens me as much as like the early game with like the Shrine of the Apostates and like the Wailing Way into the Reverse Treasury. And that's true, but it's not like the rest of the game is a cakewalk, because the way that the double damage math works out is that the bosses especially will do like a fucking truckload if they actually hit you. Like there's a boss towards the very end, there's like a Cyclops boss towards the very end, but I'm pretty sure like 3-shots me. Well, he doesn't 3-shot me in the footage because this is deathless footage, but he could 3-shot me. I could only take like 2 or 3 hits from him before he fucking die. But fortunately, the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance are designed like the bosses in fucking Rondo, where you can like fight them. And there's like a solution where they make it clear what they're gonna do, and there's a solution to the things that they try to hit you with. I mean, with the exception of the devil, but the devil, there is a solution to the devil. The solution is just don't jump at him. It's not a great solution, but it's a solution that exists, which is more that can be said for a lot of bosses in other games. An obvious solution that exists. A consistently executable solution that exists, rather. I should try to make that more clear. That's not to say that it's impossible, of course, to no damage bosses in like Symphony of the Night or other Castlevania games, but there's kind of just a difference in design philosophy that I notice, sort of from one game to the next, where like there's just different levels of feasibility to no damaging bosses or to learning bosses, and the level of feasibility to learning the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance is very high in my personal opinion. Anyway, so we are still in the middle of the weird routing hell section of Harmony of Dissonance, where we have to run all over the place. I do a bunch of odd shit. Something that I want to mention at the moment that I don't think I have before, or maybe I have briefly, but it's worth repeating, I guess, is that I really like the way that the environments in Harmony of Dissonance are designed. I think that the Harmony of Dissonance has a problem with its like visuals and its sound, but but the visuals, the thing about the visuals that's wonky to me, the only thing about the visuals that are wonky to me is actually Juiced's sprite, and I guess Maxine's sprite too. It looks a little bit strange. It's kind of like Juiced's shoes are too big, like he's got snowshoes on or something, or like clown shoes, which I guess does at least make it very clear when you're gonna land on a platform or not land on a platform. So it has some gameplay applications at least. And Juiced does like a goofy thing with his arms, which you're seeing whenever he jumps, pretty much. Which I think is supposed to be like a reference. It's supposed to be a reference to like the Belmont arm thing, where at some point in like the history of Castlevania, it was decided that Simon and Trevor Belmont like held their arms weird, which I guess they kind of do. But they're not holding their arms at like exact perfect right angles like that. I don't know, it's very weird. I think it's just kind of like It's a joke that was taken too far, in my opinion. He's the evil Maxine, exactly. I talked already a little bit about the storyline and about what the game is actually about, which is they basically took the concept of the doppelganger and turned it into an entire game. Entire, like, game concept, hence the title, Harmony of Dissonance. I get it? It's about things either working together or not working together. Which is a pretty cool title. It actually makes more sense, in my opinion, than Aria of Sorrow. In terms of a title, although of course the Japanese title is different. I forget what it is exactly, but I think the Japanese title is like White Knight Concerto or something. It is kind of like a music title, but it's a different kind of music title. Speaking of the music, I didn't really know this, but there are people out there who actually don't like the music in Harmony of Dissonance, composition-wise as well as quality-wise. Because I'll be the first to admit that the quality of music in Harmony of Dissonance is pretty bad, but I've never had any problems with like the actual compositions in and of themselves. I think they sound pretty much fine. So I don't know what exactly. I mean, they're a little bit weird, but they're not as weird as like the fucking music in Super Castlevania 4. Super Castlevania 4 has some really fucking weird music. This boss fight is kind of annoying. The way that I played that second phase with the sword is kind of the only safe way to play that phase, in my personal opinion, because the sword is like the devil, where it's flying in the air, which means that it doesn't give you any indication about when it's going to switch directions. It just kind of floats around doing whatever it wants until it dies. So it's unfortunate, but the game gives you a solution in the form of the Bible, which is nice. The axe is maybe the axe would be better, but the thing about Harmony of Dissonance is that one thing about it that I never did learn, despite the fact that I played it so much, was I never learned where the, I never, like, memorized sub-weapon locations. I know where you get the first Bible, I know where a couple of daggers are, but beyond that, I don't really know where anything is. That's just because it never became necessary. So, I guess I remember that there's a holy water there, but I actually only remember that the holy water is there because there's a fountain next to it. So it's like water reminding me of water. But I mentioned that because it's possible that some of these bosses might be better dealt with a different sub-weapon, or like with a different spell that you get with a different sub-weapon, but my, simplicity is something that I am in favor of. Generally speaking, I don't like doing too much menuing. I don't like doing too much like fucking around or like more things to remember. The greatest thing about Harmony of Dissonance compared to the other two GBA games is how straightforward of a game it is, where you don't need to remember like soul drops. You don't need to remember like what to farm where. You don't need to constantly be swapping out DSS cards. You just kind of like play the game like a Castlevania game, and it starts and then it ends, and you play it the whole time. I hope that makes sense to somebody. I should mention also that there are people who I think have created ROM hacks to not overhaul, but like to change the graphics a little bit, to make them look a little bit. I saw like a screenshot of a graphic ROM hack for this game, but I don't know. I think it basically looks fine. I saw somebody once describe this game's visual aesthetic as eye-searing. I don't know if I would go that far. I think I get what he means, though. There is a lot of, like the colors are very bright, which I think was done as a response to a complaint people had about Circle of the Moon, which is that Circle of the Moon apparently was extremely dark on GBA screens. This is a problem that I completely dodged, but by the fact that I'm playing on emulator, where I could see Circle of the Moon just fine, but apparently, that was a problem, and I think that the fact that Harmony of Dissonance is so bright is a direct reaction to that. And also, like, Juiced sprite is really, I think it's a little bit goofy looking, like I said, but I like the way that it's designed, like, color-wise, where it's very clear about where he is, right? Because it's a red jacket and then a blue outline, so the contrast is very, very sharp. A dark blue outline, so the contrast is very sharp around the jacket and around the white shoes and around the white hair, so it's very good at telling you where Juiced is at any given time. And the blue outline around the whip also does a good job of telling you where the whip is at any given time. And things like that are very, very important to tell the player about. Circle of the Moon had a bad, felt kind of, floaty in a lot of ways. Felt like you didn't really have a great grasp all the time about what was going on and why it was going on. But with Harmony of Dissonance, I feel like it's all much clearer. I actually am kind of, the more I play this game, I'm actually on the fence about whether or not I like this game more than Symphony of the Night. And that sounds insane, but the thing about Symphony of the Night is that Symphony of the Night has, the reverse castle, and also Symphony of the Night is way too easy. Symphony of the Night is a fun, sightseeing tour, and it's fun. The cutscenes are fun. The voice acting is fun, but in terms of its actual gameplay, I don't know. Because usually, if a game is gonna enter the top echelon for me, then it has to have some kind of X factor. It has to have some kind of something about it that makes it really special. With Dracula's Curse, it was the relentlessness of it and the depth of the gameplay. I have never had to play a game. I've never had to learn a game as hard as I had to learn Dracula's Curse, and that was that was a unique experience. Which is why I rate Dracula's Curse so highly. Even the US version, although I do concede that the Japanese version is better. But the reason I'm bringing up Dracula's Curse is because, that was what I liked about it, was the fact that I had to learn it. That I had to learn it. With Symphony of the Night, I played it a lot of times, but to the very end of my very last piece of collected Symphony of the Night footage, which, I played that game a lot. I played Symphony of the Night for, a month straight, I want to say. Which is unprecedented. The only other game I think I played that long was, maybe it was Dracula's Curse. But even at the end of the game, I felt like I never had a very firm grasp on a lot of the mechanics of the game, or how to handle a lot of the boss fights, or how to deal with a lot of the combat sections. And I'm mostly thinking about my Dracula fights. My Dracula fights in Symphony of the Night were bad at the start and bad to the very end. If you compare the first Dracula fight that I recorded and put on my channel, and then compare it to the last one, there's almost no difference in terms of the level of skill that's on display. And that was because the game never forced me to really learn that fight. It never said, you need to learn this part of the game, you need to master this fight, or else you are going to die and your run will be over. Harmony of Dissonance does that constantly. You have to learn how to handle the harpies, you have to learn how to handle, not every boss, but a lot of the bosses are like that. The Minotaurs, the Cyclops definitely, Pazuzu definitely, which you'll see what Pazuzu is later on. Any Exorcist fans in the chat? Throw something at me if you're a fan of. Leave a message in the cock box if you're a fan of Exorcist 2, and if you're a big fan of Pazuzu, because Pazuzu has a little cameo appearance in this game. Which I guess does that count as an X factor? I don't know, but the point that I'm making is that Symphony of the Night, too easy, it doesn't feel demanding the way a Castlevania game should. Harmony of Dissonance does. Harmony of Dissonance is a perfect adaptation in my opinion. If you play it like this, if you play it hard mode, no healing items, it's a perfect adaptation of the punishing nature of classic Castlevania with this kind of exploration, complex movement, complex combat, complex many options type gameplay of the new post Symphony of the Night Castlevanias. And it doesn't And it doesn't have it's not obnoxious the way that Circle of the Moon is. And I know I've already said this, but I'm bringing it up again because I wanna justify my Symphony of the Night comparison. Because I know there are people who fucking hate this game. There are people who say this game is like terrible, and is just like a Symphony of the Night rehash, which I've already talked about why I don't agree with that. Even if it was trying to be a rehash of Symphony of the Night, I think that it just doesn't feel the same to me. So I don't know, I'll have to mull it over in my head a little bit. You know what's funny? Is that those little broken gears there, like if you jump on the part of the gear that's broken, a little skeleton comes out. But I don't think I ever do it in any of this footage. Oh yeah, speaking of Symphony of the Night, these little like teleportation portals that take you from one castle to the other. One of these is in the castle in Symphony of the Night, and it's the portal that the doppelganger boss comes out of. So that's what I mean when I say that they turn the concept of the doppelganger into kind of like its own story and like the whole overarching theme. Where, and it was a good idea because I already talked a little bit about the difficulties of making any Castlevania games that are supposed to be inside of the proper timeline post Symphony of the Night, where Symphony of the Night has this very, very, very strong ending, and games that try to come after it have to do this little samba around it to a certain extent. I know that they kind of stopped giving a fuck eventually, but for a while there, I think there was an effort to respect that finality. So having like Maxime be the villain and having the castle be sort of a product of his desires, but also fueled by Dracula's remains is about as good of a it's about as good of a solution as you could come up with to that particular problem. The thing, and it's especially a problem because one of the things that I've said about Simon's Quest and about Simon Belmont era Dracula is that if you think about the larger timeline, then Simon's Quest is like, that's the most dead Dracula it is ever until like Symphony of the Night, because Simon Belmont kills him once. Or if you take all the remakes to be canon, Simon Belmont kills him like 5 times. And then he kills him again in Simon's Quest by gathering up all the remains and like really definitively. But I already talked about this because I talked about the ending where Dracula comes out of the grave anyway. You know, that ending is really stupid, in my opinion. Even if it was ultimately accurate, even if Dracula did, of course, come back in Rondo, I still think it's kind of annoying that. It doesn't quite make sense to me. Juiced's haircut also doesn't make sense. Or I guess not his hairstyle and his hair color. Maxime is more of an interesting character because the thing I said about I talked about Circle of the Moon, and I talked about how in Circle of the Moon there's a storyline that's very similar to the whole Juiced Maxime thing between the main character Nathan and his buddy Hugh, where his buddy Hugh is like kind of a hothead who just wants the recognition of being like a hotshot vampire killing dude, and he's jealous of Nathan because he got the magic whip. They kind of like blunted that. I think did I talk about this already too? I'm pretty sure I did. Look at Maxime's eyebrows. See, I should have known this guy was going to be no good, because I didn't actually exactly know what was going on at the very start. See, this seems to imply that he somehow got rid of his own memories, which I don't know how you would do that. Maybe he just like slammed his head against a wall over and over again, and he gave himself like a concussion. I bet that's what happened. This bracelet lets you get through the chapel, or get from the chapel to the throne room And this is an example of one of the many dead ends you can go down at this point in Harmony of Dissonance. And I think there's a breakable wall that I forget to cover here, and it's one that I usually forget about. Where in the reverse castle, there's breakable wall. There's a breakable wall in a save station room that I bust through to get Dracula's heart. But you can also bust through that wall in the normal castle version of that save room, and that's the one that I always forget about because it's just kind of like. Because there's nothing important in there. There's a couple of medicine jars, which I think give you temporary invulnerability. I actually don't know. I never used them. But this is a no-item run, so that's not helpful to me in the first place. I'm always perplexed by how healthy those skeletons are. Like skeletons in these games are usually pretty wimpy. Like the armored skeletons, you expect to be bulkier because they have armor on. But with these archers, they're always way tankier than I think they're going to be. I expect them to go down like because they don't have any visible armor on. They just have big ass like longbows and then quivers. Put like a helmet on them at least, so I know what to expect. Like these guys, they got pink hats. That means that I gotta be a little bit more careful with them. One of the most fun things about Harmony of Dissonance is mastering like dash canceling. Like swinging the whip to cancel Juiced's dash. You can also duck to cancel a dash, which is faster because that's instantaneous. Although maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, because does it stop you the second you hit the B button, or does it carry you forward a little bit? It probably stops you. I don't know. I can't tell, but you can do it either way. Is my point. I guess I should talk a little bit about Juiced's power level in comparison to the other Belmonts, as I'm talking about him like zooming around. It's pretty crazy. He's not item crashing like Richter is, but he might as fucking well be with all these magic books. These Sypha Fernandez style magic books. This is so funny because like you can't get this far without the crushing stone. So there's no reason in order to get the bracelet that unlocks that door, you need to get the crushing stone. So there's no reason to have after you get through the locked door to put a breakable wall there. Because that's basically just checking twice for the same exploration tool. It's so bizarre. Oh, look at this. This is so cool. Boom. This guy was so fucking scary the first time I played the game. Because I didn't know what to expect. I knew this was going to be Dracula's throne room, so I knew it was going to be something pretty fucking serious, but I didn't expect this guy to jump out of the wall and start doing the Dracula Phase 2 thing. And what's weird about those fireballs is that for the longest time I didn't think those fireballs were destructible. If you watch my Maxime mode run through, which I'm going to post eventually, probably pretty soon after I post this, then I have to kind of slide in between a couple of those fireballs. And that's what I was doing for a while on Juiced until I discovered that the Bible can destroy them. But the reason that I didn't just do that from the start is because whipping the fireballs doesn't destroy them, but for some reason the Bible does, which is so weird. Maybe every sub-weapon does that. I don't know. But also notice that did 96 damage to me, and I think this is another 3 or 4 shot boss, where that's a pretty solid chunk of health that he took off right there. He's got this funny little wings. He's kind of like the devil. The devil boss also had kind of goofy little wings. I thought demons are supposed to have bat wings, or more fucked up looking wings than that, but I guess not. I like the design on a lot of the bosses in Harmony of Dissonance. I like the way that the bosses are designed mechanics-wise, but I also just like the way that they're designed visually. I love the way Pazuzu looks, I love the way the Minotaurs look, which I think we're going to see one of the Minotaurs coming up pretty soon. It's funny that this chick is dressed up in a French maid outfit. I don't know what Maxime was doing before he brought her here, but this is awfully suspicious. Because I'm guessing everybody here is Transylvanian and not French, so that's like Eastern Europe. Who knows? Oh shit. I guess death followed you here. There's something funny about the way he like teleports around. He like flips around going 2D like Paper Mario. Whoa, dude. That's not okay. You can't say that. Did you see that? He said, I will have this maiden for myself. That's pretty fucked up. They really should have translated that line differently, because that makes it sound like Death is gonna do some shit he's not supposed to do with her. I mean, that is what he's gonna do, but like, it makes it sound like he's gonna bone her, if you pardon the pun. Which I'm pretty sure he can't do. I don't know much about the character of Death in Castlevania. Pretty sure he can't fuck anyone. I mean, he's fucked me plenty of times in his boss fights, but not literally. It's more like he fucks me up instead of actually fucking me. Anyway, we are now in the last. I think this is roughly the halfway point. Because now I gotta go down to the caverns to fight Death, and then I'm gonna enter part 2, where after you kill Death, you have basically all the exploration tools you need. Well, actually, that's not true. There's one more key to get into a couple of rooms after the Death. After you get the Skull Key and the Griffin Wing from Death. So, but it basically starts becoming the second phase, because actually no, I'm lying again, because then in the reverse Wailing Way you get the Crush Boots. But the Crush Boots, so there are 2 more tools you get after the Death fight that let you access different areas. There's the Lure Key and the Crush Boots, but the Lure Key and the Crush Boots both only get you into like a few small places, whereas the Griffin Wing gets you into like any vertically inaccessible places anywhere else in the castle. The Griffin Wing will get you into. I like the background here. I like the purple sky. I feel like that's a trademark of Dracula. When Dracula shows up, the sky turns purple. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, that whole subterranean area, that's where I'm going to go next after this. I had a choice. There's a couple things you could do here in terms of, like... Because if I really wanted to, I could have kept going down to this part of the castle in the reverse castle and fought the other Minotaur, because there's a boss room here in both castles, and one of them you fight one Minotaur, and then in the other one you fight a different Minotaur. This Minotaur is guarding a whip upgrade that's not elementally aligned, so it'll do extra damage to everything that you hit with it. You don't have to worry about elemental weaknesses anymore after you get that item. I think that it doesn't do as much extra damage. Like if you're fighting an enemy that's weak to lightning, then the steel tip, which is what this guy is guarding, isn't going to do more damage than the lightning whip is. But the point is that you're doing extra damage to every enemy, regardless of elemental weaknesses, and it just kind of cuts down on the menuing you have to worry about. If there was some enemy that was super dangerous and had a particular elemental weakness that I knew about, I would probably swap off of the steel tip back to the elemental whip to deal with it, but that's just not something that ever happens. So that's what this guy is guarding, and then the reverse Minotaur is guarding the Wind spellbook, which I don't really want at this point. I don't want the Wind spellbook until the very end of the game, because Bible Wind is like... It's okay. It's kind of like Bolt Bible Lightning, where it's a protective shield, but the Wind Bible protective shield dissipates based on a timer, where it's like books will like swirl around you for a certain period of time, then eventually they disappear, whereas with the Lightning Bible spell, it will it dissipates based off of like damage dealt. So, and the reason that that's important is that you have a much clearer indication of when the thing is going to go away. Okay, there's the steel tip, big old metal ball at the end of the whip. And when you're dealing with like a protective spell, it's important to know when it's going to be active and when it's going to be inactive. Yeah, I can't get back over to the left side of the castle because both of the passageways that lead from this part of the castle to that part of the castle are behind skull key doors, which you can only get when you kill Death. Which you can only unlock after you kill Death and get the skull key. Technically, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Death himself isn't guarding the skull key, but he's guarding the Griffin Wing, which you need to get the skull key, which is like really close by. So a little while ago, I was talking about like the castle being divided in half. That's what I'm talking about. Where if I did for some reason want to go all the way back to the entrance of the castle, I would have to completely retrace my steps. I would have to go all the way back to the well, actually, that's I think I could use the portal in near the throne room to go back to the reverse castle, then go back down to the reverse treasury, and then take the portal back up to the normal marble gallery, and that would take me back to the entrance. But that's a lot of work, and there's no particular reason to do that. I mean, there are a couple things in the reverse in the marble gallery that might be nice to have. There's a well, Dracula's ring is there, and that's pretty much it. But I don't. That's not worth it. It's not worth it. I already do a couple things that are not efficient in this route. I don't need any more. It's so convenient how many really dangerous and really annoying enemies are weak to ice. Like the lizards are all weak to ice, the harpies are weak to ice, the mermen are weak to ice. It really works out pretty well. And that's nice of them because ice is the first spellbook you get, and it's actually one of the few spellbooks that I think it's actually the only spellbook that I think is really like obvious in terms of where it is, because the Summoning Tome, there's actually 5 spellbooks. I forgot to mention the 5th one, the Summoning Tome, because I almost never use it, and it's the most hidden out of all of them. Like the Fire Tome is not that out of the way. The Lightning Tome is pretty out of the way. Oh, this room is pretty funny. This is the decoration room. You might have noticed that I've been picking up furniture this whole time. A chair here, a table there, a radio, a clock. That's what it's for. Juiced hauls all this shit in here to decorate this room of the castle because it looks a little bit lifeless otherwise. What's the point of that? Well, that's an interesting question. The furniture, the decorate the room in the castle idea was actually something that they originally had planned for Symphony of the Night, but it didn't make it into the final game. Now, I think Alucard wanting to decorate his own room in the castle makes a little bit more sense than Juiced wanting to decorate his own room in the castle. Because Alucard, I don't know, wants to put his mark on his father's house or something like that. And Alucard's journey through Dracula's castle is relatively leisurely as far as these expeditions go. He's very rarely in any serious danger. So it makes I mean, not in the narrative, of course, but in the gameplay. So it makes a little bit more sense that he would be like concerned with things like that. In Harmony of Dissonance, this whole thing is a little bit incongruous. Incongruous? But it's something they didn't put in Symphony of the Night, and they wanted to put it in here. It actually does give you, if you collect every piece of furniture, it actually does give you a slightly better best ending. In a very minor way, where there are 3 endings to the game. There's... Should I explain this now, or should I wait to explain this? I'm actually going to wait to explain the endings, because it'll be easier to explain when you like see how you get the different endings, and I'll be able to explain it better then. But basically, all I'm going to say for now is that getting every piece of furniture and bringing them all into that room to finish decorating it completely gives you the best ending, pretty much. Gives you the best ending. Look at this fucking thing. I was trying so hard not to get hit by that thing. Didn't matter. Look, it's the chicken! It's the giant chicken from Dracula's Curse. Look at it. I'm so happy to see it again. Because Dracula in Dracula's Curse turns into a giant chicken in Phase 3, and I keep on waiting for that to happen, but it keeps on not happening. I fought Dracula so many times since then, and he's never turned into a giant chicken again. I'm honestly pretty put off by it. I actually looked up a little bit of lore about the whole giant chicken thing, and apparently that's supposed to be like some evil god that Dracula is worshipping in the lore of Dracula's Curse. Which is pretty interesting. I don't know why they didn't bring it back in Aria of Sorrow, but anyway. Giant chicken. Skeleton Cave is the home of the Easter eggs. Oh, this is pretty funny. Check out what this reveals. Nothing. Nothing there. The reason that exists is because crushing that wall there opens up a passageway in the normal or in the reverse skeleton cave. So if I went back into the, which is why I didn't go down here the first time I went to the reverse skeleton cave, because I knew there was a passageway that wasn't accessible yet, and because I was kind of nervous about my health and I just wanted to get to a save station as quickly as I possibly could. Ah, yes, here we are in the block pushing zone. I would say marginally more interesting than the Circle of the Moon block pushing puzzles. And some of them are like pretty physics defying, which I will point out with delight when we get there. This part of the game is also kind of shitty in terms of the routing, where what's happening right now is that Death is not here. Believe it or not, Death is not in the Skeleton Cave, which is pretty fucked up in my opinion. You'd think that's where he would be. Death is over in the caverns, which are to the east of this area, to the right of this area on the map. But Death is behind a bunch of water. And Juiced, like his grandfather Simon, does not handle water very well. He didn't learn how to swim. So stepping in water, if you play stepping in water as Juiced damages you. But there's a mechanism elsewhere in the caverns that will drain the water away from that section of the caverns. The problem is that in order to activate that mechanism, you need the floodgate key. And the floodgate key is here in the Skeleton Cave. Yeah, there's the skeletons of Slogger and Gaben, by the way, from Castlevania 4 and Symphony of the Night. And again, for some reason, Death isn't here. Maybe looking at the skeletons of like his old bros is too painful for him. Maybe that's it. So you go to the Skeleton Cave to get the Floodgate key, then you go back to the caverns to kill Death and get the Griffin Wing and get the Skull key. And then if you want to go right to the Marble Gallery, which is where the next if you want to go right to the reverse entrance / reverse Marble Gallery, where the next exploration tools are, where the Lure key and the Crush Boots are, then you have to go back to the Skeleton Cave immediately after that. So it's like you go to the cave, and then you go to the caverns, and then you go back to the cave again immediately, and it feels pretty fucked up. That's the best way that I can put it. This fucking object in that room, the little table there with the crucifix on it, I have no idea what that is. And it drove me insane. It doesn't open up any rooms, it doesn't seem to prevent you from getting anything. You get 100% map completion without it, but it's just this almost unique object just sitting in a room. And I feel like it should be doing something. So leave a message in the cock box if you know what the fuck that thing is, or what it does, or how you move it or open it or whatever, because I really would like to know. A lot of the bosses in this is actually an optional boss in here, and this is another boss that's pretty interesting example of a boss that's testing out your minute positioning. Because if you're too far away from it, because what you want to do is you want to hit the center, because the center eventually is going to open up and there'll be a thing, a little skeleton dude is going to pop out, and that's how you're going to damage. That's how you damage the boss. So if you're too far away, you'll never hit the center, but if you're too close, then you're in danger of letting the thing, like, sway gradually into you and damage you, and also curse you. So it's like... A lot of bosses in Harmony of Dissonance are basically just, like, constant positioning checks, but this guy is, like, a really specific one, because the line between where you should be standing to hit the boss and where you shouldn't be standing because you're at risk of getting hit by the boss is very, very thin. It's where learning how to dash cancel comes in handy, because that way you don't end up going too far away. You should never dash towards this thing. Never ever dash towards this enemy. Only ever walk towards it. But dashing away from it and then dash canceling with an attack, you can move back a little bit and then move back forward again to immediately renew the assault if necessary. And this is another fight with Ice Bible is really useful because it clears out the little eyeballs that the thing drops. Also, fun fact: after you kill that thing, don't walk forward until it completely disappears. I also missed the orb that it dropped, which I don't think makes a difference. I don't think the orb gives you any. I don't think it like buffs your health or anything, but it would have been nice to have it. Also, that sick-ass portal in that room back there, I just want to mention. I was absolutely certain the first time I killed that boss that portal was going to take me somewhere, but it doesn't. It's just a really cool little set piece in the background. Because that boss is totally optional. The thing that I got from it, the Cypher's Charm there at the end, is just a thing that increases your mana regeneration rate. And it's supposed to be Sypha's Charm. Because Sypha, in Dracula's Curse, the magician lady, her name in the original is... What the Japanese were trying to render when they created her name was Cypher Fernandez, but it came out all weird because of the limitations of the Japanese language, and Cypher became Sypha. And Fernandez became like Belle Noomdes somehow. It's hard to explain unless you know something about katakana and about the Japanese language. Does this? Yes. Okay. Yeah. This is the part that completely defies the laws of physics. It doesn't make any sense, but this is what you have to do to get through. I guess technically maybe you don't technically need the floodgate key. Maybe you can just tank all the water damage to get to the Grim Reaper, and then like that's a bad idea though, because there's no save station before the Grim Reaper. You kind of have to go through the whole pre-Grim Reaper section without any healing, unless you use a potion, which I'm not doing in this run. So I would say that it's kind of like soft mandatory to do this particular route. It's kind of like Circle the Moon. There's a part in Circle the Moon where you can go... Incidentally, that also involves the Grim Reaper, although not in the same way, where there's a zone in Circle the Moon with water that damages you, and you can go and fight the Grim Reaper to get an item that purifies the water so it doesn't damage you, but that's not technically necessary. It's possible to complete that part of the game without getting that item. It's just like really hard. And Circle of the Moon is already a really hard game, so like a really hard part of Circle of the Moon is noteworthy. Yeah, don't dash when these guys are concerned. I think the smart thing to do is whip and then slide kick. But I'm too nervous now. Okay, now I'm doing it. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. Because that'll take me just forward enough to easily get to the next one, without going too far forward that I trigger the next containment breach. It's like Metroid. It's like Metroids in Metroid. Like, if you ever played Metroid games, here's a little hint. If you're playing a Metroid game and you see like a hostile alien life form that's encased in some kind of glass tank, that tank is gonna break. That monster... Ooh, 66.6%. Look at that. It's a fun little coincidence. That monster's not gonna stay in that glass tank for very long. Sooner or later, they're gonna get out. And apparently the same is true for Castlevania. You know what would have been fucking sick? Is if like the skeletons of Slogger and Gaben came to life and fought you. Wait, Slogger's already a skeleton. It like just occurred to me. Well, I guess maybe I just want to fight Slogger again. Because Slogger was an awesome boss in in 4, and I love Slogger's design. Gaben's design isn't bad either, but and I know it's Gaibon, but I call him Gaben because I think it's funny. Look at these cheese statues of the Pope. Anyway, back to the caverns. I have to say, cave levels... I make this point a lot in other videos, but I'm going to mention it again, which is the cave levels are pretty much always bad and always boring. And it's just kind of a case of... It sort of ends up boiling down to like, well... How boring... How quickly can you let the player just get out of the boring level? And as far as cave levels go, this one's not the worst. I think it does go on for too long, but it's not... Worst cave level in Castlevania is level 8 of Super Castlevania 4. In my opinion, and this one's not nearly that bad. Another thing that I want to mention that I haven't yet is that there's a thing you can do where... So, speaking of Super Castlevania 4, like Simon in 4, and like Richter in Richter mode in Symphony of the Night, Juiced can flail his whip. Like in Super Castlevania 4, I would say it's very rarely useful. In Circle of the Moon, Nathan had like a spin his whip around ability, because Circle of the Moon fucking loves projectiles. It loves just throwing shit at you nonstop. So Harmony of Dissonance isn't really designed like that. So, and like the only examples I can think of relevant destructible projectiles are, I guess, the scythes on the death fight, and then Pazuzu's fireballs. And Pazuzu's fireballs are not destructible by the whip, so the flailing doesn't even factor into it. So Juiced's whip flail is not very good. Or is not relevant usually. But what it creates is this interesting thing where you can kind of do like, if you whip an enemy and then you hold down the attack button, it's like you'll whip them, and then the whip will like deactivate, and for a second the game will think that you're like whip flailing the enemy. So it's like you can kind of do a little bit of extra damage after each whip swing. I don't usually do it in this footage. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 times where I'll do it, because I think it's a little bit faster to just... If I'm trying to like, if they're not going to die from that tiny little bit of extra damage, it's probably smarter to just whip them again. I'm going slightly out of my way here to go... I'm going slightly out of my way here to go out of my way, because just to get that helmet up there. Because death is not down here. I think the floodgate key is down there, but there's no reason to go to that top part of the caverns at that point, except to get that helmet. Because the death fight is pretty dangerous. You know, the Bible really goes a long way towards making it... Holy fuck. Towards making it doable. Yeah, this was really scary. Yeah, you see this shit? I'm like... Going over here and like getting cornered by those 3 witches was a really bad idea. And this is what I mean when I talk about, like, maybe you guys didn't, maybe you guys forgot. Maybe you guys were watching the last, like, couple of hours and thought, well, this doesn't look so bad, Shovatar. What do you mean this is hard mode? What do you mean double damage? This is what I mean. Where I get hit 3 times and I'm almost fucking dead. Where, like, if I had picked up 1 fewer energy tank, I might literally have just died here, and I would have had to do the whole fucking 2 hours of gameplay all over again. So that was pretty fucking close. But fortunately, I'm not gonna have to... I don't have to go back into that little alcove again. I didn't really have to go into that little alcove at all, except for map completion. Although map completion in Harmony of Dissonance is actually even more irrelevant than it is in... Even less relevant, I should say, than Circle of the Moon. In Circle of the Moon, map completion was only relevant for a couple of magic spells that would buff you based on percentage of map completion. In Symphony of the Night, of course, you need a certain amount of map completion to get the best ending. In Harmony of Dissonance, you actually can't even get 200%, because you can only... there's no... Because the way that you get 200% in... Or 200... The way you get max percent in Symphony of the Night involves, like, teleporting out of the final boss fight, which is pretty funny. And there's no teleportation items in Harmony of Dissonance. But you can't even get 200% of Harmony of Dissonance because of the way that the different endings work. And I'm gonna have to... Again, I'm gonna have to wait to describe... I'm gonna have to wait until later to explain what I mean by that. Because it'll be easier that way. A tricky thing about the caverns is that the caverns is full of these witch enemies, with the evil like occult symbols behind them, and these enemies are enemies that I always want to fight with the Bible because the Bible destroys their magical projectiles. They summon the projectiles and then they shoot them, and the Bible destroys them. So the Bible renders them pretty much harmless. But I also want to make heavy use of the Bible during the death fight. Like for phase 1 of death, I'm pretty much going to only be using the Bible and nothing else to kill him. And then in phase 2, I should do the same thing, but I think in this footage I don't. And I think phase 2 actually ends up being pretty sloppy. But my point is I want to conserve my hearts, so I have to be... I'm trying to find like other ways of killing these ladies than what I usually do. Which is why I'm doing some like awkward ice Bible spells instead of just spamming the Bible and killing. It's a pretty good way to play the game, I think, is to have like set points in the game where you're like, now I'm going to use the Bible, now I'm going to use sub-weapons, now I'm going to use magic. So this is the part of the game that I was talking about a while ago, where I actually do get a pretty significant defensive buff from the merchant. Sometimes I walk into this room and the merchant is not here. Sometimes I walk in and he is here. I don't remember what causes that. There is some actual concrete thing that triggers it. It's not RNG, but I can't remember what it is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the bloody gloves and the silver boots, and that's going to buff me. That's going to give my defense a pretty big boost. It's this, I would say, the second to last big important defense buff that I get. And as you can tell by the way by how badly those little witches fucked me up, it's something that I definitely could use more of, is defense. And I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, that's what I talk about when I talk about like the game. And then she does 1 damage to me. It's so weird. When I talk about the game feeling like consistently threatening, that's just like that's how it should be, right? I should be fucking scared. That's what makes it a Castlevania game, and not a Barbie's fucking playhouse gay adventure for girls. Did I just imply that Symphony of the Night is a Barbie's Dreamhouse gay adventure for girls? I did. I'm sorry to say. Although I shouldn't, because this is the one with the fucking interior decorating minigame. So not minigame, side quest. So. What do I know? The only thing I do like I think I just said this, but I do like the voice acting in Symphony of the Night. I would have liked more like awkward voice acting in Harmony of Dissonance. Instead, the only voice acting is like sometimes you hear Juiced like make noises, and Maxime says some things in Japanese when you fight him as a boss. You fight Maxime as a boss at the end. Spoiler alert. Look at that shit. Fucking exploded. You know what's weird is that Pazuzu summons these guys during his boss fight, but I'm pretty sure that the devils the Pazuzu summons have less health than the ones that you fight as like regular enemies. Which makes sense. Because there's a fair bit of distance between this part of the game and the part of the game where you fight Pazuzu. It probably doesn't feel that much, but like if I really wanted to, I could have cleared out both the... yeah, look at that. That did 120 to me last time, and now it's only doing 86. That's a pretty fucking big improvement. If I wanted to, I could have cleared out, like... I could have gotten the normal Minotaur and the reverse Minotaur, which probably would have given me another level. I could have maybe fucked around in the normal treasury. The reason I didn't go to the normal treasury, which is that big gray underground area to the above the skeleton cave, is because there's a door in there that requires the lure key. So I'm not going to go back there until it's more efficient to wait until I have the lure key and go back there and get it like that. Although I don't know if I can't remember my route. The thing about Harmony of Dissonance is that once you actually do get all the tools, there's like a lot of little bits and pieces that you have to clean up, like small parts of the map you wouldn't have gotten to yet. And once you actually can freely traverse the castle, it's hard to figure out the best way to do that. So I don't quite remember what my route is after I get the Griffin Wing and the Lure Key and the Crush Boots. But I think it's definitely different from the last time the last time I recorded footage that I meant to, like, oh, it's my favorite enemies in the whole game. These things. And you're gonna see why they're my favorite when I have to fight this guy over here. Okay, actually this is pretty... oh, okay. Nope, he's doing his thing now. Yep. So, these guys will block all your attacks unless you attack them while they're in the middle of executing their own attack. But I don't know what makes them wind up an attack. What I'm trying to do, and what seems to work some of the time, is I'm trying to, like, walk towards him to bait him into attacking, and then dash away again, and then whip him from a safe distance. And with this guy... oh, what the fuck? Okay. And the reason that those guys are frustrating to fight is that I had no way of knowing if he was actually going to get hit by that Ice Bible attack, or if he was going to, like, block it. Because sometimes, when they're standing still in that pose, they're winding up an attack, and sometimes they're, like, ready to block. So I just kind of guessed, and I guessed right, and he died. Damn, Juiced is really telling Death what he could go do with those hand motions there. He's got, like, big oven mitts on. Juiced, I mean, not the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper's got a goofy ass scythe. I like a lot of boss designs in Harmony of Dissonance, but I actually don't like the way the Grim Reaper looks. I think his scythe is not proportioned correctly. Oh shit. He is away from her. He's here. So here's here's like the bitch mode Grim Reaper fight, where I basically fight him kind of like how I fought the devil, which is I mostly stick to the ground and I just kind of spam the Bible over and over again. And this is kind of like pussy shit, but it's just the smartest way to fight him, because he's constantly summoning scythes, and this way I don't have to keep track of them. I just have to keep distance on him and let the damage just slowly rack up. And, like, I mean, if I'm gonna use... I gotta use these hearts for something, right? Why not use them for this? Like, if I have an opportunity to use the whip to hit him, I'll probably take it, but there just aren't that many of those. Yeah, this is funny. Hey, I found a use for the fucking whip flail. How do you like that? Yeah, sometimes if he's close enough to the floor, you can just whip him without jumping. But I don't want to jump and whip, because I don't want to, because jumping is really dangerous and commits you to a certain position, kind of like the way that it does in classic Castlevania. I forget how much health Death has. But it seems like it's a pretty fucking good chunk, based on how this fight is going. Oh, that was pretty risky, but I guess it paid off, because it happened to be the moment when he died. So, my strategy for Phase 2 is to, like... So what I should be doing here is I should be spamming the Bible non-stop the way I was spamming the Bible against Phase 1 of Dracula. Like, there's no real reason to, there's no real reason not to, because I'm not gonna need the Bible again for a very long time, and, well, actually, I'm gonna want the Bible when I get to the reverse Marble Gallery, or like the reverse Wailing Way, the reverse Shrine, so that's probably what I'm thinking about here, but I don't know. I still feel like I probably could have safely used some Bibles, use the Bible here once or twice, because my overall strategy for this guy under normal circumstances is like spam the Bible, and then when he's on the floor like this, try to jump over him and then hit him with the Ice Bible spell But I think I just wanna kill two birds with one stone. I want to both conserve my hearts by not using the Bible if I don't absolutely have to, and I also want to just make sure that I always have the Ice Bible spell active. But what makes this Phase 2 so frustrating is that he's just not doing what he's supposed to do. Or what I expect him to do. What I expect him to do is basically crawl along the ground. Like, go down to the ground and then stick to the ground, like that. But instead he keeps on fucking rearing his head up, which is not what I'm expecting him to do, and I don't know why he's doing that. I don't know if it's something I'm doing, or if he just randomly decides whether or not he's going to stick to the ground the whole time, or pick his head up at a certain point. I don't know what causes it. And the problem with that is that then I also don't know when necessarily it's going to be safe to jump over his head. It kind of seems like he's just doing it at a random time, and here I get impatient, and I'm now trying to, like, Hail Mary, hit him with this fire tornado where, like, I don't know where he's going to be. The reason I dashed into him there is because the key binding for swapping spellbooks is to use the R button, and I didn't have... These are directional keys, like up R, and there the game didn't notice... Like, I didn't press up hard enough, and the game just thought I was pressing R to dash, and I dashed into him. So that's the sloppiness that I was talking about. Unfortunate, I really wanted to no damage him, but oh well. Like, look at that shit. I didn't know he was gonna do that. I was just trying to, like... I just want this to be fucking over, because this is taking way too long. I mean, I'm not on a time limit, but I just feel like... See, okay, that right there, when he's on the ground the whole time, that's what I kept expecting him to do. Like, there are times when I've done this fight where he just does that over and over and over again, and here it's like he just does whatever the fuck he wants. I don't know. And the reason that this is so frustrating to watch is because if I had been using the Bible, he probably would be dead by now. Because the fact that he's constantly moving around in such a strange way means that he's more likely to get hit by multiple arcs of the Bible. Yeah, look at that. I'm doing the duck dance. Dude, just stop doing this fucking... Ugh. Every time he goes back up towards the ceiling like that, it's just a knife in my heart. Because the thing is, you gotta be so careful when you if you want to just whip his head, then you have to just, like, be so careful about his little, like, claws. Okay, it actually kind of hits him there. He's still not fucking dead. That was a pretty cool magic combo, though. Fire Bible into Ice Bible. I kind of like that. Please, thank you. And then he has the courtesy to fucking explode, which is what I want if I'm gonna put that much effort in. Great. This game did something also that's pretty special to me, which is that they formalized the action shot. There was a thing that I used to do in a lot of old classic Castlevania games, specifically Rondo of Blood, where I would try to, like, pick up the red orbs that drop from bosses that heal you, like, on a frame where my whip was, like, fully extended. Like, I would, like, jump and try to whip so that, like, when I landed on the orb, the whip would be, like, all the way out. And in this game, if you, like, jump and whip and, like, catch the orb on the right frame, then that's what makes that little excellent or cool thing pop up. So I appreciate that. That's after my own heart right there. I do kind of wish there were more opportunities to use the dive kick. But the dive kick in Harmony of Dissonance is good for the same reason the slide kick is good, which is that it does the same amount of damage as your whip. So that way you actually know when it's safe to do it. Because there are dive kicks in other Metroidvanias, but they're mostly worthless, because you can never do enough damage to use them safely. It's like they didn't want you to dive kick enemies. Like, why would you not want the player to do that? That's, like, the coolest thing in the universe. Excuse me. Now I have to apply my gigantic brain to the conundrum of where the fuck do I go now? Because now I actually do have a lot of options. Well, actually, no, I need to go back to the other half of the caverns to get the skull key now. So I don't quite have to worry about where the fuck do I go yet. I have one more definitive objective to complete. Look at that. Classic, well, not quite classic meat, but conceptually classic meat. See, Belmonts do better, I think, when they eat meat instead of just trying to survive off of potions. That's my opinion. It's like baby formula versus breast milk. That whole debate. What the fuck am I talking about? I don't even fucking know what I'm talking about. These witch enemies, I'm pretty sure they're weak to fire, because I know that the blue witches in the reverse caverns are weak to fire. This is like some shit right here. These enemies are fine to fight as long as they actually get knocked back when I whip them. If they don't, then when I expect them to, then they have a bad habit of like flying into me, or like I'll accidentally jump into them. Like, I think if they're winding up a magic attack, then they don't get knocked back by a whip swing, and that's when I could get fucked up. It's like that, it's like... But the solution to that is just keeping proper distance. That's so funny. I was trying to dive kick to the right, like diagonally past it, but I hit like a little dent in the ceiling that was like a horizontal wall that stopped me from going right, so I ended up just dive kicking straight down onto the little fire pillar. Oh boy. Wait a minute, didn't I already fight this boss earlier? Oh shit. It's the fucking huge thing from the start of the game. Who's so big, his head actually goes past the ceiling. Which I don't think makes any spatial sense, but this is Dracula's castle, baby. Or I guess it's kind of like Dracula's castle, so things don't have to make sense. Talos is a very strict distance check, where he's kind of like the corpse, the Legion corpse in the Skeleton Cave, where like the right place to be to hit him is very particular, because you don't want to be so far away that you can't hit him, but you don't want to be so close that you can get hit by his foot or like by his arm, which might sound pretty common sense, but it's trickier to do consistently, because like right there, because sometimes his hand will just like come up when you don't expect it to, and you really have to respect where his limbs are all the time. Normally this is a fight that I'd be using Ice Bible on, but Talos is actually resistant to ice, oddly enough. Now, if I could corner him, if I could get him up against the far wall, then using Ice Bible would probably still be worth it, because then it would do like the repeated ticking, like when Pillars of Flame, when Ice Bible hits a wall, it just like spawns more Pillars of Flame, and it would just like hit him over and over again, but that doesn't seem to be happening. I don't actually know if his like pacing back and forth is I don't know what dictates it. It seems essentially random. I don't know if like you do a certain amount of damage and that makes him back up, because the armor boss in the shrine, in the regular shrine, was like that. The second boss that I fought. But I don't know if Talos is like that. It seems random, as far as I can tell. But I don't think it's random to the point that he can just like walk all the way up to you and like corner you. I've only ever seen him do that once. And that I mean, once is too many. That shouldn't be possible at all, but that does seem to suggest, that suggests that there's some mechanism in place to prevent him from doing that most of the time. Reminds me of fucking, there was a fan, I think I may have already mentioned this, I can't remember, but there was a fan remake of Simon's Quest called, Castlevania Chronicles 2 Simon's Quest, like in the vein of Castlevania Chronicles, Worst designed bosses I've ever seen. Those bosses were desperately crying out for some kind of, like, some check in their programming to stop them from just fucking walking into you into a corner and, like, stepping on you over and over again. It's neat that they made it. It's actually a pretty cool looking game, but the gameplay is just atrocious. There's some shit at the very start. There's some, like, mermen and some bridges at the very start that will basically just randomly kill you, and the bosses are all, like, just, like... It's like, I don't mean to be a backseat programmer, but it's kind of like they were designed by cavemen. Where they were like, well, bosses should just walk towards you and attack you nonstop. I was like, well, that does make it hard. I agree, you know, if that's what you're going for. But now I'm talking about a game that's not this game. But I'm making a comparison between bosses that feel fair and bosses that don't feel fair. But the wonderful thing about modern technology is that games can get patched. Which, I have... this is going to just be a little digression. I have two minds about that. On the one hand, it means that games that have, like, game-breaking glitches can be fixed. If the developers made a mistake, that mistake is no longer set in stone and can be fixed. On the other hand, though, it kind of creates this... Fuck, there's a term for this. It's like a phrase for this, but I can't remember what it is. It's basically like... I think it's like I can't remember what it is, but it's basically like, if you know that you can safely get away with doing something, you're less likely to stop yourself from doing it. What I mean by that is the existence of, like, day one patches and, like, future patches, and the fact that games can be, like, remotely updated and changed means that, like, devs can now kind of get away with releasing a product that's bad, and then people will say, oh, well, what are you complaining about? They fixed it in, like, a patch. And it's like, well, okay, that's nice, that's better than not fixing it, but what would be better than fixing it would be not releasing it in that state in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of AAA games, I feel like, have this cycle that they go through where, like, the game comes out, the game's shit, everybody talks about how bad it is. It makes millions and millions of dollars. They patch out the things that, like, didn't work, and then a couple months pass, and all of a sudden everybody loves it, and everybody's playing it. It's like, it's just so weird. It's like being exposed to two different realities simultaneously. It's like some kind of harmony of dissonance. So the reason that I'm back in the clock tower is because I actually missed a couple of rooms in the clock tower that I meant to explore during my first visit. And I missed the breakable wall in the save station room that I was talking about like an hour ago. So that sucks. But I think this is the only part of the run where this happens, where, like, I forget something and I have to go back for it. And I could have cut this out, but I don't know. It's not that bad. It's not a huge digression. Because the two spots that I missed ended up being pretty close to each other. And then after this, I think I am going to go back to the... I'm going to teleport back to the caverns, and then I think I'm going to clear out the reverse caverns and the reverse skeleton cave. I think that's my plan. And then go get the lure key. And what's nice about the lure key is that the lure key is also next to the platinum tip, which is the next, like, blanket whip upgrade that you can get. What I mean by blanket is a whip upgrade that's not based on elemental weaknesses. So you are kind of incentivized to get that as soon as you possibly can. That should be, like, your first destination after you get the Griffin Wing. Fuck everything else. Get the platinum tip and get the lure key first. Where the heck am I going? Did I miss something else? I must have missed something else. Oh, maybe I'm just deciding to get Dracula's eyeball. Yeah, because Dracula's eyeball is up in the chapel, and I think I figured, like, as long as I'm taking this fucking detour, I might as well, like, do it for, like, a reason, and, like, clear out part of the, switch. And then I'm gonna use the teleporter near the Pazuzu room to go back to the caverns, and then use the caverns teleporter to go to the reverse caverns, and then go to the reverse skeleton cave. So, as you can tell, the complaints about the routing in this game are at least partially justified, although of course this is my fault because I missed something that I should have remembered, but oh well. I'm taking lemons, and I'm making lemonade. Routing on the fly. Or wait, does this increase luck? Is luck even a stat in this game? I actually don't know. That's kind of embarrassing. But I actually... Because there's no, like, important drops in this game, pretty much. Everything that's important is either, like, accessible from the shop, or is accessible in the game world. Kind of like a game, and not a fucking annoying RPG. Not that I'm taking any shots at the rest of the GBA trilogy, but, I've said it before and I'll say it again, there's nothing fun about farming. And it's kind of strange that that wouldn't be obvious to whoever is designing these games. Yeah, I think I'm deciding what to do here, and I decide to do what I decided to do. Because what I originally did in my earlier routes was I would go to the normal skeleton cave, like go all the way back through the normal caverns, then through the normal skeleton cave, and then go from there to the normal entrance, then teleport to the reverse entrance, then get the lure key. Here, I'm deciding to sort of, because the thing is, I've pretty much cleared out almost all of the normal skeleton cave, and I've cleared out all the normal caverns, so I felt like it would make more sense to just clear out the reverse caverns while I'm here, get this last little part of the map over here that requires the Griffin Wing, and then just go right through the reverse skeleton cave. And because the thing about that is that the enemies in the reverse, the enemy layout in the reverse skeleton cave is slightly... Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of traversing the normal skeleton cave is a lot of, like pushing block puzzles, which I can now skip all of them because I have the Griffin Wing. So maybe it would be faster, but whatever. It's a very minor difference either way. My goal is to get to the reverse entrance, and I have a couple of different options. I guess this lets me go clear out that part of the reverse skeleton cave that I skipped the first time, which is important. So this is probably the right call, but even if it's not, I'm not losing that much time. So I'm not too broken up about it, even though I do suspect it may be slightly suboptimal.
I said many years ago, I said to my son, I said, you know, you must learn from the ways of Cowlette Petitucci.
Anyway, now, I actually want to clarify something that I said a minute ago, which is that I don't hate, like, RPGs. I think I used the phrase, like, some kind of fucking dumb RPG, but I don't actually hate... I don't hate RPGs as a genre. I actually really like RPGs. I just don't like... As I said, I just don't like farming. And it's actually been a very long time since I've played, like, a regular, JRPG. Most of my RPG experience in recent years has been, like, Western stuff, like Elder Scrolls or, excuse me, System Shock 2, although that's more of an FPS RPG than an RPG. Anyway, like I said, it's not literally the cleanup phase because I don't have literally everything yet, but it feels kind of like the cleanup phase. There's a room at the bottom of the reverse caverns that I'm not going to go into until the very end of the game. Actually, the very, very end, because at the end of this video, you're going to see all three endings. I'm going to do the good ending, then I'm going to do the bad ending, then I'm going to do the best ending. And it's only on the best ending that I'm going to go down to that room because that's where the reverse furniture room is. And in order to get the best ending, all you have to do is put the furniture down in one of the two furniture rooms. Doesn't matter which one. Yeah, farming is like one of those things that's. I'm trying like really hard not to talk about other games before it's time for me to talk about them. But that is kind of the big distinction between Harmony of Dissonance and everything else, in my opinion. One of several, but so yeah, this is the part of the skeleton cave that I didn't go down earlier because I was low on health and because trying to kill those fucking big spider things at that point in the game, it's essentially not doable because they just have too much health. And by the time you finish with that one up there, you'll just knock it off the screen before you ever kill it. And there's a couple more down here that you can kill, but it just takes a million years to do it. And in the case of the one on the left, all you're rewarded with is a wall you can't get through. But because I broke that wall with the crushed stone in the normal castle, now that route should be available. Something that I also want to mention about these turrets is that it took me a very long time to like figure them out, because in Dracula's Curse, and I'm fairly sure in C1, the turrets are operate on like a specific timer, where like every few seconds they'll shoot out a fireball. But the turrets here in Harmony of Dissonance seem to activate based on proximity, where like if you get too close to them, then they start winding up some kind of attack. Because I'll like wait and I'll like stare at them and they won't do anything, and then I'll get close to them and they'll like do something. So the idea is that you get close to them, bait them into doing something, and then attack them. That upgrade that I just got, the bullet tip, is not really that good. What it does is it means it lets you shoot projectiles out of your whip, like Christopher Belmont in Belmont's Revenge. But the caveat is that you can only do it at full health, and which is also kind of like how the whip worked in I think Adventure. I think it was in Castlevania the Adventure, where you could shoot fireballs out of your whip only if you were at full health. Or no. In that game, if you took damage, you lost your whip upgrades. So, like, the fireball shooting out of your whip thing was the highest whip upgrade, but taking damage negated it. Anyway, point is, the bullet tip is, it has a bad condition, which is you have to be full health, which is not something that is always guaranteed. And, like, quite frankly, the combat in this game, it's hard for me to think of points in this game where I would like to have, like, a fireball. Oh yeah, this is where the summoning tome is. This was, like, the last hidden room that I ever found. I remember, like, scouring the map for this game, like a completed map that somebody else had posted, and, like, looking for fucking ages to see the one room that I missed, and that was the one. I don't know how you would ever know to, like, go up there, either. I guess it's because there's kind of a gap in the map screen. Because the thing is that, like, that's actually a room where it would be fucking great. It'd be great if there was a hint card that told you that was there. But all the hint card, there actually is a hint card related to the summoning tome, but all it tells you is that it exists, which is not very helpful. I mean, it's because you would know, because in the menu that I don't think you're ever going to see, because I just used the button shortcuts. The button shortcuts? The hotkeys. The buttons. The menu where all the magic books are on. You can see, if you just get the fire, ice, lightning, and wind ones, you can see there's one missing. So you would know that there's a fifth one without the hint card. But, so what that hint card really should do is it should give you a hint about where to fucking find that. And of course, there's another room like that in the normal skeleton cave, so I'm gonna have to go back down there at some point. I don't remember when exactly I do that. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get the lure key, I'm gonna get the platinum tip, and then I'm going to get the and then I'm gonna go back down to the normal caverns and go to the normal treasury. I don't remember. I know that this figuring out the route in this part is very odd because of how, because now you have a lot of options, pretty much for the first time in the whole game. And because there are things that I want, but that I don't necessarily need right away. Like the Crush Boots, I don't really need immediately. They don't open up any large sections of the game. The reason that I'm treating those guys so cautiously is because they do a ton of damage. Like, I think if one of those things hits me, it'll do, like, I don't know, maybe 89, maybe more than that. We might find out, actually, because I think one of these things is going to hit me. 68, okay, well, that's not as bad as it could be, but that's still, like, a good chunk, as you can see, compared to my health. What's funny is that, like, that's how much damage, like, the bomber armors were doing to me in, like, the reverse treasury. Where, like, if I got hit by the bomb and the explosion, it would do, like, 74 damage. And that's, like, towards the beginning of the game. So, but here it's, like, towards the end of the game, but they're only doing, like, a little bit less. I guess that's the power of the defensive armor that I've got. Also, I noticed during the pause screen that yes, luck is a stat in this game, which I figured it would be. I don't know. There are actually a couple of rare drops in this game that I think are pretty impactful. There's an enemy in the reverse marble gallery that drops like the Harmony of Dissonance equivalent of the Nogglemere. The Nogglemere was an accessory in Symphony of the Night that increased your defense by a ton, and there's something called the Gold Headband that drops from an enemy in the reverse marble gallery that's very similar to that, where it's like some ridiculous defense buff. Not as ridiculous as the Dark Armor in Circle of the Moon, because nothing is that ridiculous. It's a neat idea that there's like a castle that actually exists, and then there's like this like weird spirit castle in like the Hell dimension. As much shit as I've kind of talked about the, oh, that's what it is. It's if you actually get physical contact with them, they do 152. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I think I'm not gonna go, because if I just wanted to get the Crush Boots immediately, I would go right into the reverse Wailing Way and the reverse Marble Gallery, but I think I'm not gonna do that. I think I'm gonna go through the normal Wailing Way, collect the ring, clear out a few parts of the map, basically put off the reverse Wailing Way and the reverse Marble Gallery until a little bit later. And I think the reason that I'm doing that is because I don't think I'm going to get any more levels necessarily, but because the thing is that the reverse Wailing Way is like the last really, really dangerous part of the game. Like, the enemies there will hit for a fucking truckload. So I think I want to have as many advantages as I can before I go in there. And for that reason, I'm probably going to go get Dracula's Ring to buff my int, because there are some enemies in the reverse Wailing Way that are best fought with the Bible, and int affects sub-weapon damage. At least I'm pretty sure it does. That's how it worked in Symphony of the Night. And since I don't see why they would change that. I mean, int definitely. I mean, at least int increases it definitely increases magic damage. I'd be shocked if it didn't do that. So yeah, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go all the way through the normal Wailing Way, the normal shrine, the normal gallery, clean everything up, dip back down into the normal skeleton cave to get that hidden room above the save station, then probably use the lure key to open up the teleportation room in the shaft leading from the cave to the entrance. Then go to the reverse Marble Gallery, reverse Wailing Way, reverse Shrine to get the Crush Boots and to get the last business done. I think that's what's going on here. Which is again, I'm not 100% sure if this is perfectly optimal, but this is what just makes the most sense to me to do. And I think there's some energy tanks actually over in this part of the castle that I haven't gotten to yet, so that's good. I want every advantage I can get before I go to the reverse Wailing Way, even if it's just like a few sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. Even if it's just like a few points of health, like per energy tank, then every little bit counts, because you never know what the margin is going to be. Like, you've seen me a couple times in this run get down to very, very small slivers of health. I'm mostly thinking about that part in the Caverns of the Witches, where it's like, if I hadn't gone out of my way to get like a couple of energy tanks, then I probably would have just died there. I think this was actually the first time that I pulled this off. I don't remember, because I knew that I wanted to... Oh, this is really important, actually. This is the other reason why I go up this way. Because the silver armor is a gigantic defensive buff. And this is the difference maker. Right, now I remember. This is the best decision, because getting 30 extra defense before you go to the reverse Wailing Way and deal with the enemies there that hit really hard is like so important, and it makes it so much less stressful. So this was 100% the right call. Good. Somehow I'd completely forgotten about that. Okay. Now it makes sense. Yeah, Dracula's Ring, silver armor, a couple of energy tanks, couple of heart expansions. Perfect. It's always nice when I surprise myself. When I think that a decision I make is maybe not the right one, but then I remember, oh wait, this is actually 100% the right decision. But what I was saying before is that I don't remember how many times because I didn't really do any... I played this game a lot without ever like recording it. This wasn't something that I had to do multiple attempts of, because I played the game so much. I did like maybe 3 hard mode runs, and I think on all the hard mode runs that I didn't record, I ended up drinking at least 1 potion, but it was usually for weird things. Like, I remember on one of them I had to drink a potion because I fucked up the jumping section in the clock tower and just getting like chain hit by the spikes over and over again. So I had to learn to respect that part a little bit more. And I don't remember what I did in the other runs, but the point that I'm making is that this didn't take me like a lot of attempts. I didn't lose any footage because I fucked up. It was basically like as soon as I decided to actually record an attempt, I got it, because I'd played it so much without it being recorded. So in that sense, it's actually very different from the classic Castlevanias, which all had like just reams and reams of footage that I had of me fucking up that I had to get rid of. But again, it's because I played the game so much, and because the RPG elements do give you a safety net the classic Castlevanias do not provide you with. And the extra movement. When I say RPG elements, I'm mostly talking about like magic spells. The fact that you can, and like the fact that you can use the Bible from the start of the game is actually a gigantic deal, because the Bible is like it's completely you can deal damage from a position of absolute safety, and the positional requirements for it are so that right there, I don't know. I feel like if I come out of the spell cast inside of an enemy, maybe they should hit me, but maybe I just have like a couple of iframes to work with. So the energy circle that I just got gives you a Circle of the Moon style ability where when you hold down the B button, your whip will like auto swing in a circle and hit whatever's around you. But the reason I didn't go out of my way to get it is because, again, like I think I already mentioned, the projectile situation in Circle of the Moon is pretty much unprecedented in Castlevania, where Circle of the Moon fucking loves projectiles. Harmony of Dissonance, not so much. So the impetus to get an ability like that is not there, and it's guarded by a victory armor, which at that point in the game is more dangerous than probably anything else. Like, that thing would probably... would definitely two-shot me. If I were to try to get that... If I were to try to get the energy circle at that point in the game, like the soonest point that I could, that thing would definitely two-shot me. Not impossible, of course, but just an unnecessary risk. Yeah, I think... I don't think... Yeah, I'm not going to take the portal yet. I think I'm just discovering it. Yep, okay. Good. Oh, I think I'm actually doing something a little bit more clever than I thought I was. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go down to the normal cave, then up to the normal treasury, and then I'm going to use the portal in the treasury to get back here. Okay, good. This is like watching these recordings, because I'm always behind. Like, it's not like I record something and then I immediately go and commentate it. It's always like whenever I'm commentating a piece of footage, I'm always like 1.5 games ahead of the footage that I'm recording. Like right now, I'm commentating this Harmony of Dissonance footage, but I'm actually in the middle of playing Dawn of Sorrow. So the consequence of that is that every one of these is like a bundle of surprises, where there are good surprises and there are bad surprises. There are bad surprises and it's like, oh my god, I can't believe I fucked that up. I forgot that I made that horrible, embarrassing mistake. And then there's good surprises, like I'm seeing here, where I make decisions that are even better than the decisions I thought I was making. So, good for me. I fucking love this game, dude. I can't believe anybody, like, hates this game. Again, I guess if you only play it once, then it could probably leave you with a pretty bad taste in your mouth. Let's see if I remember to interact with these guys correctly. Yeah, see, that's the problem with slide kicking, is that slide kicking is good, but it has the same, but if you slide kick too close to an enemy, then you don't... Your, like, leg isn't all the way out yet, and instead of doing any damage, you just, like, hit them. So... It's not perfect. It's not like the air dash, where, like, every second that you're doing it, you're gonna be, like, invincible. Which is fine. I don't really have a problem with that. I can't believe these things are still so, like... Still, like, so healthy, still not getting one-shot by me. Come on. Anyway, what was I talking about a second ago? I think I was talking about the route. I was sucking my own dick about how good my planning was. I already talked about the cheese popes in the background. But the normal treasury is like... The treasury is a weird zone, because it serves a function in... it serves a function at the start of the game, because it's where you first come into the reverse castle, and it doesn't spit you out right in the skeleton caves, which I think would be slightly jarring. So it's kind of like a little warm-up before you get into any of the really big dangerous sections of the game. But the normal treasury is kind of I don't know. There's not very much here. What's funny about the normal treasury is that the enemies here are well, that's not true. I was gonna say they're like as dangerous as the enemies in the reverse treasury, but that's not actually true, because yeah, there aren't any poison lizards in the reverse treasury. It's mostly just the bomber armors that are so dangerous, and the fact that they're so disproportionately dangerous really makes me think that there's some trick to fighting them that I just never figured out. I may have already mentioned this, but in Symphony of the Night, you can... There are like bomber armors, and you can actually hit their bombs in midair to deflect the bombs back at them and kill them. I don't remember if that's no, because I've whipped those bombs before, and then they just don't they just explode. They don't get deflected, unfortunately. These things are like fucking... Okay, this is when they're manageable, when they just attack brainlessly over and over again. But when they like... It's when they stand still and fuck around that it's impossible to figure them out. These rings, by the way, see, this is what's cool about Harmony of Dissonance, is that I've played it so many times, but I still feel like there are things about the game that I don't... So many things about the game that I don't know. Like, I wonder if it might be fun to play the game, like, trying out different sub-weapons, like not just using the same, like, Bible ice, Bible spell strats the whole time. Maybe the axe would be fun. The axe would be fun, I think, because the axe would help me... Because the big problem with... the big thing about the Bible that makes it so appealing is how it interacts with a lot of the bosses. I'm mostly thinking about the devil. The devil is, like, the biggest asshole in the universe. Because of the way that he moves. But all I would need, really, to safely fight him is any sub-weapon that can hit enemies that are, like, above me. And the axe would accomplish that. The Bible makes it easier because the positional requirements are... There are no positional requirements. There are no positional requirements. Whereas with the axe, you do have to be like at least below. Oh, look at that! That's the rare ghost, as you will tell if you can read the English language. I think the thing has like a 1 in 20 chance to appear in a couple of different rooms, and it can drop some item, but I don't remember what item it drops. It's not super important either way, obviously. Yeah, these weird big like bug looking things are the you wouldn't want to fight these in the reverse treasury when you first get there. They would fuck you up pretty badly. What's crazy is like these specters, I feel like these dudes with the big swords, like when did I first see these guys? I want to say it was like was it the clock tower or was it before the clock tower? Yeah, that's what's weird about Harmony of Dissonance is that the route is not like the castle's really not that open. There's really not that many different paths you can take, but the enemy layout placement of the enemy placement is like it seems like it's designed as if there's a chick with pink hair outside. It's weird. Sorry. I'm sitting next to a window. The enemy placement is there's a lot of places where the same enemies show up. Like the enemies in the reverse or in the normal skeleton cave are not that different from the enemies in the reverse skeleton cave, even though the reverse skeleton cave is like an early game zone, and the normal skeleton cave is like a late game zone, pretty much. I guess there are exceptions, like the skeleton glasses. You would not want to fight those fucking things at the level you'd be at the reverse skeleton cave. But generally, the fact that the enemies are laid out in that way would seem to suggest that the game is trying not to restrict you too much, where it's not saying you can't go to this zone because the enemies are too high level, is what I'm trying to get at. But just the way that the routing, the way that the exploration tools are dished out, the way that the routing works, means that you don't have that many options. Maybe I have more options than I think I do. Maybe I have more options than I'm giving myself credit for, because I think you can. I'm thinking about because in the boss rush, which I don't think I've posted any videos of yet, but I will. In the boss rush, the order of the bosses is like the bat, the living armor, the skeleton knight, the golem, and so like that all makes sense. And then the fifth boss is the first minotaur, who I don't think I don't think he's even shown up yet. I think that's like the second to last boss I fight is the reverse minotaur. Yeah, because he's in the reverse. He's down from the reverse throne room, which is like one of the last places I go to. And I think that makes sense, because I think you actually can go after you get the double jump. You can go up to that part of the reverse. I think it's technically part of the reverse treasury, but it's like the big vertical section. So you can go up there and fight the Minotaur pretty early if you really want the wind book for some reason. I don't know. Maybe like wind axe is really good. Wind dagger is really good, which I'll talk about later. But yeah, that's what I guess that's an interesting facet, is like picking a different sub-weapon might change the way that you do the route. Because I went out of my way to get the fire book, specifically for Bible Fire, but that might not be necessary with a different sub-weapon. Fuck. Every time I'm like, now I want to play this fucking game again. This is like so, like... Man. This game is so fucking good. Like, I wanna like try out different sub-weapons and see what all like the spells do. That's crazy. Like, usually with these Castlevania games, it's like I'll play it, and then, like... Even if it's a game that I really like, I'll eventually get to a point where I feel like I'm sick of it, or like I'm done with it. But like, I feel like I could pick up this game and play it again, like right now, and I would have no problems doing that. Like, Symphony of the Night is a great example of a game that I think is great, but that, like, I was really sick of by the end of it, because it's kind of the same thing every single time. There's basically... Symphony of the Night... You might disagree, but oh, this is actually funny. I'm going to use the summoning book here. Right? Right? Yeah, I think I'm just doing this to show it off, because I have full hearts right now, I'm pretty sure, and I could just be spamming the Bible. Look at that, look at how much damage that does. That did. Yeah, the Bible summoning book, summons like a fairy with, as you just saw, a fairy with a hammer that does like some absurd amount of damage. Which is, kind of useful. It's useful basically in a situation like this where I don't want to like try to aim I don't want to try to aim a fire Bible spell at him because he just is gonna fucking fly around wherever he wants. But the thing is that by the time you get the summoning tome, how many bosses are even left in the game? I'm pretty sure it's just the Cyclops in the reverse shrine, and then what? Dracula and Maxime? Neither of whom I would recommend. I would actually not recommend the Bible at all for the last two bosses in the game. Maxime and Dracula. Dracula's only a boss in the best ending. If you get the bad ending or the good ending, the Maxime is the last boss. Which I don't know if I've even really explained the whole Dracula thing yet, but I guess you'll see it when we get there. Yeah, I'm interested to. Yeah, I was talking about the replay value. Symphony of the Night. I don't think Symphony of the Night has any significant replay value. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I think that the random drops are almost negligible in terms of their impact on the game. I think that the game is so easy that it doesn't really incentivize a lot of deep understanding of or interaction with the many mechanics that the game has available to you. And you might say, well, you know, Shovatar, that's not fair because you're talking about how like engaging and dangerous and difficult Harmony of Dissonance is because you've set all these stipulations for yourself, right? You're playing on hard mode, this like weird hard mode where it's like double damage from everything, and you're playing with no healing items. But in your Symphony of the Night footage, you're not doing anything like that. You're just playing the game normally, so it's not fair to evaluate one game with these extra stipulations and another game without them. And that's true, but the thing about Harmony of Dissonance is that the hard mode is like built into the game. When people talk about the ways that they make Symphony of the Night more difficult, they usually say things like no equipment or no weapons, which is kind of, I think that's just fucking dumb. But I could see no armor. I think doing no weapons would be stupid. But people like they say things like that. But that's the only way I could really think, because I could already beat that game. Like Symphony of the Night is easily beatable without using any healing items. It's easily beatable without using any magic, in my opinion. Like you don't need Tetra Spirit for anything. It makes the game easier, but it doesn't like. It's not necessary strictly. I will admit, no equipment would probably no armor would probably make the game a lot harder. Like I'm trying to think. I'm imagining like doing the Olrox fight from Symphony of the Night without any of that. That's pretty rough. But like, I don't know. Again, that's like. That's not something that the game sort of like is encouraging you to do. Whereas with Harmony of Dissonance, obviously it's not encouraging no item usage, but it is encouraging. But the hard mode is baked into the game. So I don't know. But the point, I wasn't just talking about difficulty though. I was also talking about replay value, which I think that Symphony of the Night has almost none of, because the random drops are not impactful, and you pretty much have the same tools every time. With Harmony of Dissonance, the fact that so many of your abilities are locked behind specific sub-weapons, and the fact that it's, in my opinion, much more convenient to just hang on to one sub-weapon the whole time, makes it feel like you're kind of... It's like a character build, like you're picking what your arsenal is going to be towards the start of the game, depending on which sub-weapon you pick up after the... throughout the Marble Gallery, because I think the Marble Gallery has almost every sub-weapon. The first Crucifix, I want to say, is pretty late in the game. The first Crucifix, I think, is in the Skeleton Cave? I don't really remember, but generally speaking, you're going to have the sub-weapon that you want by the time you get out of the shrine, out of the Marble Gallery, out of the Wailing Way. So I don't know, I mean, maybe if I... See, the thing is that it just didn't occur to me to try to do, like... deliberate challenge runs these games honestly, until I played like Aria of Sorrow. I noticed that Aria of Sorrow had like that built-in no item usage mode that I already talked about, and then once I learned about that, I was like, shit, that would be really fucking fun to do in like Harmony of Dissonance too. And not really so much Circle the Moon. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but like doing like a no healing item run in Circle the Moon basically doesn't matter because you have Jupiter Mandragora available from the very beginning. And not from the very beginning, but you can get Jupiter Mandragora like really early, like pretty much in the Clock Tower, which is the first. Well, the Necromancer's dangerous, but Jupiter Mandragora is not relevant for boss fights anyway. But the point that what I'm getting at is that there's more healing available to you in Circle of the Moon. Baseline. I guess that's also true in Harmony of Dissonance because you have the healing mail, but I think I forgot that I had it because if I really wanted to, in that part of the Caverns of the Witches got me down to like 5 HP, I could have just stood still somewhere and used the healing mail that I got from the Clock Tower to heal myself, but I don't remember if I forgot that I had it or if I deliberately decided that I wasn't going to take advantage of that. Either way, this ended up being a no healing run at all, basically, except for save stations, of course. No healing mail, no walk armor, which is like the healing mail, but it heals you when you walk instead of when you stand still. No potions, no nothing. This is the guy that drops the super defense headband, which if I really wanted to, if I felt like I had to, I could farm it, but I don't have to, because the game doesn't. The game provides you with other solutions. I mean, I don't know, playing Circle the Moon without any DSS cards on Vampire Killer mode is probably pretty hard, but that just sounds fucking miserable. Because the DSS cards, unlike the Magic and Symphony of the Night, the DSS cards are like, I don't know. Very, very obviously tailored solutions to certain boss fights. That sounds like it would be miserable. Anyway. I talked about replay value, I talked about difficulty. I don't know, man. Because the thing is that I'm very, very close to saying that I like this game more than Symphony of the Night. And the gameplay, the challenge of the gameplay is a really major factor in that. And that's kind of what I was talking to myself about before, where it's like I'm evaluating base difficulty in Symphony of the Night versus highly modulated difficulty in Harmony of Dissonance, so maybe that's just not fair. But the thing about this, well... Here's what's happening to me. This is always what happens to me. What's happening to me right now is I'm getting this, like, this bug in my head where here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking Symphony of the Night, no equipment. And I'm thinking about going and doing that like as soon as I finish this commentary. And what happens is like when I get an idea into my head about like a challenge that I think I could probably pull off, then I start to feel like, well, shit. If I could do it, why don't I just go and do it? Because it's not... Saying you could do something is meaningless. You know what I mean? Like, if either you do it or you don't do it. I don't know, the only thing that's kind of tripping me up, though, in envisioning, like, a Symphony of the Night challenge run like that is that sounds like the kind of thing that actually would incentivize me to grind. Because I bet if you have no fucking armor in Symphony of the Night, like how much fucking damage like how much fucking damage does Dracula do? Probably a lot. He does a lot anyway. So I don't know. That's the kind of thing that would actually make me want to farm Crusaegrim. So maybe I should. Maybe that's not a good example. And anyway, it's out of sync now. I'm all Symphony of the Nighted out, and I already uploaded 200,000 videos of Symphony of the Night, so I'll put that on the back burner. The Simon Wraiths are the enemies that that do a bunch of damage. Like I think they do over 100. I might get hit at some point in this part of the game, and you might see exactly how much they do. But the trick is just attack them before they attack you, because attacking them interrupts their little swing windup. Fun fact also is that these enemies have a different name in Japan. Well, of course they do. It's in Japanese. But in the Japanese version, their name is some kind of pun. It has something to do with the name Simon and like the word like Shimon, which is like something about hell. I don't remember exactly. I looked this up once. But they couldn't replicate it in the English version, so they just called them Simon Wraith. Which I have to point out, when I hear the word Wraith, I think of like a non-corporeal ghost. I don't really think of like a skeleton with a headband on. But oh well. Does Simon even wear a headband? I thought it was Richter who wore headbands. Well, Richter doesn't exist yet. Did they design it thinking of Richter, and then later they realized that it couldn't be him and it had to be Simon? Maybe. You know what? Now that I've noticed that, I've decided this game is shit. Crush boots. If you're wondering like what the hell the crush boots are even supposed to do, there's a couple of places that I haven't gone to yet where there's like a destructible patch of the ceiling, and if you use the Griffin Wing jump with the crush boots on, you'll crash through the ceiling and get to the section above you. Like I said, there's only a couple of spots where this happens. Owl. The owls from Dracula's Curse make their triumphant return. Much more manageable, in my opinion, than there's Dracula's Curse iterations. Because in Dracula's Curse, the owls like jump out of the branches and just fucking swoop at you. Those were actually the first enemies that I ever had to look up strategies for in Castlevania. Because I got to the forest zone, the forest level in Castlevania 3 where the owls are, and they were just like fucking me up so badly, and I didn't get what to do. And I don't think that the guide actually told me anything, which is pretty funny. I think it just said "Don't get hit, idiot." And then as I played the game more, I kind of like figured out what to do. Basically, making heavy use of sub-weapons helps out with the owls a lot. Using the crucifix is really helpful. Yeah, right there, when I almost dashed right into the Simon Wraith, that's why you have to be careful with the dashing. These things are so fucking dangerous, because they also do like 1,000,000 damage, and they just kind of like come out of nowhere and they shoot projectiles at you. So yeah, one thing that I got better at with this part of the game is reducing, minimizing rather, the number of times I had to deal with respawns. That's fucking crazy. 64? Okay, that's not that bad. See, that's the silver armor doing a lot of work though. Because I know for a fact that usually when I get to this part of the game they do more than that. But with this new route, I make sure to get the silver armor first, and that is really helpful. Minimizing respawns, because there's like going between the upper and lower paths of this part of the shrine obviously makes those things respawn because you left a room and then entered it again. So it makes the most sense to just clear out one whole horizontal section and then clear out another one. Yeah, this is the thing, is that like playing this game with different sub-weapons would be fun, but like the Bible is so fucking good for dealing with these assholes. Because they could just be anywhere, and they could be pogo sticking towards you or like shooting their fireballs. And the Bible hits like just everything on the screen in the way that the axe doesn't. So I don't know. Hey, that's what's fun without challenge? You know what I mean? Well, Symphony of the Night is fun, even though it's not challenging, but that's the point of trying out different things, is finding new solutions to old problems. This doesn't look like a shrine, it looks more like a prison, because there's like bars on the doors back there, but the bars don't lead to cells, they just lead like back outside for some reason, which is pretty fucking weird. I can't explain that. To go back to the Symphony of the Night comparison for just a second, well, another difference that just occurred to me is that the way that the bosses specifically are designed in Symphony of the Night kind of seems like they're built around Alucard's tankiness. As much as Alucard's tankiness like tends to make the game easy, I also can't really. It's not at all clear to me how you would do like I think I already mentioned Olrox, like how you would no damage Olrox. I don't really get how you would do that. And that's the big difference is that with Harmony of Dissonance, the bosses are like super punishing. In a mode like this where you're taking like double damage, but I also feel like I can learn all of them. I don't feel like I don't have a firm grasp on what they like how they work and what and why they work. Whereas I played Symphony of the Night, like I already said, for like a month straight, and I still feel like I don't understand how half the bosses behave. So I don't know. It's either, and if I don't feel like I can gain any kind of firm understanding, then that's when I'm going to look for like a brute force numerical advantage, like Crusadegrim or something. So I guess that's the difference between evaluating between my opinion of like a Symphony of the Night challenge run or like a Harmony of Dissonance challenge run. Maybe I'm just not. Maybe my IQ is just too low. Maybe I'm just too stupid to figure out the Symphony of the Night bosses, but they really seem like they're designed in a way that's like fundamentally different from the Harmony bosses. I don't know. Look at that shit. This guy is fucking weird because he can do this thing. If you watch I'm gonna upload some boss rush footage, where it's pretty funny actually. I think I already mentioned this, but you can play the boss rush as Simon Belmont from Castlevania 1, and when I fight this guy on Simon, I do this thing where like I jump, it seems like I jump right over his hammer, but then like it's like I land away from it, but like it's like the hammer has like some kind of aura that hits me anyway even though I'm not physically touching it. And also something that I learned from earlier runs is that the temptation is very strong to, when this guy swings his hammer, to, there we go, okay, that's how you should do it. I was gonna say to, like, when he charges you, to jump over him and trigger the Ice Bible spell. But the reason that's a bad idea is because if he charges, you trigger the spell, and then he winds up a hammer swing, then if you fall, like, on top of the hammer after he swings it, then it'll still damage you, and it's pretty hard not to do that. So, that's the smarter way to do it, is to try to, like, get yourself in that perfect position where he's still on the screen. Where you're far enough away from him to not get hit by the hammer, but you're still close enough that he's still on the screen and will still get hit by the Ice Bible spell when you cast it. So that's what's going on there. Now I think I'm in the home stretch. I've got a couple of Crush Boot zones to open up, then I've got the last big stretch of the Reverse Castle. You know, these guys are not that hard to fight. There was one of those in the, which you might remember from like 3 hours ago. There was one of those in the reverse treasury that I avoided that I think I probably could just kill, especially with the Bible, even at that low level. But I just didn't want to risk it. Only problem with the Crush Boots is that it's not very defensively powerful. It's not. It's a the night vision goggles that I got back in the Skyway were another like exploration tool that took up an inventory slot, but those you only really need to use once. With the Crush Boots, I'm going to want to use it here, I'm going to want to use it in the normal castle version of this room, and I'm going to want to use it in a couple places in the throne room, so taking it off and putting it back on over and over again is the kind of excessive menuing that I don't like, so I'm not going to do it. I like the wall decorations, I like the weird antler things. So what exactly am I gonna do here? I think I'm gonna go back down. What am I gonna do? This is very interesting, because I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably just gonna go right back to the normal entrance to get the normal version of that Crush Boots zone. Then what? Then probably go stay in the reverse, stay in the normal castle and go to the throne room? Probably. Because you have to go to the throne room to open up the final boss room in the center of the castle, which is like I think I already mentioned, it's a central chamber like the one in Symphony of the Night. It's just so wonderful. I like just looking at this game, honestly. Look at those pine trees, just like in Castlevania 1. Nice stained glass windows. Magical armor. Increased mana... See, this is another thing that's weird, is that both Symphony of the Night and Harmony of Dissonance have these, like, this sort of, like, option in terms of the kinds of chest pieces you can get, where it's like you can either have armor or robes. It's like defense-oriented pieces or, like, int-oriented pieces. And I've never quite... In Symphony of the Night, it's really useless to have int pieces, because your MP regenerates pretty damn fast, and, I don't know, would you rather, like, input, like, button combos every time you want to fight something, or would you rather just fucking swing your sword twice and kill it, you know? With Harmony of Dissonance, I still feel like just sticking with defense is the best option, because defense helps you, int helps you when everything goes the way you want it to, i.e. you're hitting an enemy and they're not hitting you back, but defense helps you in the worst case scenario, which is when an enemy is hitting you. So in a situation where you're casting spells on enemies and you're damaging them safely, everything is basically already fine, and you don't need anything extra there. But when enemies are hitting you, you want to get hit as little as possible. Look at that, the moon's made of cheese. I guess I hadn't quite noticed before that I think I said something maybe a while ago about how like the two castles don't look different enough, but I don't know. The normal castle does kind of a good enough. The reverse castle rather kind of does a good enough job of incorporating like red and like hellish elements, and I am just getting fucking slammed by this guy. Okay, there. That was really bad. I don't know what the hell happened there. He hit me in some kind of like jumping dead zone. Hint card 6. Hint card 6 is, I think, the weird one, where it says, because one of the hint cards is about using the portals to teleport around within each individual castle rather than just teleporting between castles. One of them's about the Nail of Dracula, one of them's about the Summoning Tome, and then one of them says something like, the red book and the knife share a secret. And the knife is, of course, a sub-weapon, and then the red book is a reference to the fire tome. But, and I always thought that meant that there was some, like, barrier that could only be broken by the fire, with the knife and the fire spell, but that's not the case. You don't... The knife fire spell doesn't have any specific utility in the game. People have theorized that it refers to the functionality of the spell, because the spell is like you hover up in the air and then like you summon a bunch of knives. You're actually going to see me use it exactly once towards the end of the game. And like you summon a bunch of knives all around you, and then like one of the knives turns into a fireball, but allegedly if you hit the directional keys, the directional buttons rather, then like it'll turn the other knives into fireballs, but I tried it and it didn't work. So I don't know what that's all about. probably have to do it in some kind of weird specific way. And that's not something that I am a fan of. Excuse me, sorry. Look at that. Scary faces in the window. Yeah, that part is like weirdly empty. Which I always thought that, like, I guess I didn't know what to think. I assumed that the place called Chapel of Dissonance would be like where you go before the very end of the game, but that's not the case. And especially if you look at the like that reverse chapel there, where it's like nothing but ominous faces in the windows. That kind of feels like the lead up to Dracula in Super Castlevania 4 with the stone lions on the wall, like lighting up with fire, which they do something similar in Symphony of the Night, but it feels like it's leading up to something very climactic. But instead, you just kind of get up here, and there's not much here, I have to say. I guess there's the Kaiser Mail, the best piece of armor in the game, which is good. Buffs all your stats, not just defense. The wine glass, I forgot about that. That's funny. It's funny because it's Dracula's wine glass. In case you didn't know that that's something that Dracula does. Unlike the movie monster Dracula, who never drinks wine, Dracula always drinks wine. So here I am forsaking the Bible. It served me well throughout the first 95% of the game, but now I'm going to swap it out for the dagger. Because this is the next dagger that I know is available. I think there might be a dagger closer to the end boss room, but I don't really know for sure. That's just the one that I remember. That I know for a fact is that I remember concretely. Of the dagger drops that I remember concretely, that one is closest to the part of the game during which I will want to use it. God, English is such a fucking, like... It's such a tedious language sometimes. You have to use so many, like, variables and specifications. Maybe it's a me problem. Maybe I'm just paranoid about being misunderstood, so I try to make sure that I'm very, very specific about what I'm saying and about what I'm referring to when I talk about something. Anyway, there is actually one more boss before the final boss. That's this guy in here, the first Minotaur that I talked about, but I don't need the Bible for this guy. The knife will work just fine. See, I should have used the ice. I actually should use the ice knife spell there, because the ice knife spell actually is pretty fast. It's yeah, there it is. See, that didn't take too long. Because the invulnerability, like the iframes that you get when you cast a spell are good, but you also don't want them to last. Depending on the situation, you wouldn't necessarily want them to last too long, because you also want to make sure that you can get out and react fast enough. There it is, the wind tome. There's a big exception to what I said about wanting magic spells to not last very long, and it involves the knife wind spell, but you'll see that shortly, I think. And I think this is the last part of the game before we get to the endings. I'm going to finish discovering this part of the map, then I'm going to teleport to the normal castle, I think, to showcase the good ending. Then what? Then go back to the reverse castle to show the bad ending. Then go drop off all the furniture. And then get the best ending. I think that's the roadmap for the remaining. How much time do we have? 20 minutes of this video? 25 minutes? Okay. That little bone dragon zooming around back there he's killable, but he's just not worth fighting, in my opinion. Because he's not like, it's not always 100% clear when he's damageable or when he's not damageable. Because sometimes he like flies off into the background. I didn't feel like just standing there like spamming, I don't know, Ice Knife to try to hit him until he dies. What's cool about the final boss fight is that the knife is the best option, which is interesting because the dagger is usually not good in Castlevania games. But I would say that the dagger in Harmony of Dissonance is actually very good because it has some good spells. Ice Knife is available really early on because the Ice Book is the first book that you get, and it's pretty good. Fire Knife, that I talked about briefly a second ago, is I think too expensive. And it like... It's supposed to kind of be like an item crash where it damages everything on the screen, but I don't think it does that much damage. If my memory is serving me correctly. That's good. The Sun Armor is in the redder castle, and then the Rune Armor is in the bluer castle. Perfect. There's no real reason for me to be clearing out this last part of the map, because map completion doesn't get you anything like I mentioned, but I just wanted to be thorough. I like seeing a full map. Lightning Dagger is kind of like Fire Dagger, where I think it tries to do damage to a bunch of things on the screen, but I never quite figured out its functionality. Because like, blue sparks will fly up into the air and then fly back down again, but there seems to be a pretty long delay between you using the spell and anything on screen actually taking damage, and that's kind of a big problem. Because typically when you use a magic spell, it's because you want it to do something at the time that you use it. Right? I don't know. And now I think I'm going to do something a little bit goofy. I'm going to do more map completion shit, where I'm going to like discover as much of this room as I can, and then I'm going to fly back up and use a save station, and then we're going to start doing cuts to show all the different endings. So, sorry if this looks a little bit weird, and sorry if this is a little bit non-cinematic. Non-cinematic? A little bit weird. Look at that. Cool air shot. Nice going, Mr. Fleaman. You really knocked it out of the park there with that interception. Yeah, this is the first, yeah. This is the first cut. This is the first ending. And in the interests of everybody who's watching this, I'm not going to show you guys the full credit sequence the whole time, because the credits don't change based on the ending. I think the credits of Aria of Sorrow do very, very minimally, but all the credits here are going to be the same. And this is where the dagger comes in useful, because Logoth's ring is the ring that buffs the dagger. Every sub-weapon, I might have mentioned this a long time ago, every sub-weapon has its own ring that specifically buffs it. Logoth's ring buffs the dagger so that instead of throwing one dagger, you throw 3 daggers every time you throw it, every time you activate it. But the heart cost only goes up by 1, so instead of 1 heart per throw, you're now throwing 2. You're now doing 2 hearts per throw, but you're throwing 3 daggers. So the ratio of hearts to damage goes up by a lot, and you can really rack up a ton of damage really fast. And that's super important during this Maxime fight for 2 reasons. Maxime is the most dangerous boss in the whole game. This footage is not going to convey that because I've practiced it so much, but what makes him so hard is the fact that it's almost impossible to hit him safely with your whip, because he has like a sword lunge attack that, and the range on the sword lunge is like almost identical to the range on your whip, if not maybe a little bit longer. Or it feels a little bit longer anyway, because he has a tendency to like move around a lot. He'll throw like throwing stars at you from far away. Yeah, here he just dies because I'm just pummeling him nonstop. But that's why the dagger is so important, because you need to maintain distance on Maxime the whole time. And the fastest, safest, and easiest way to rack up a bunch of damage from any distance is just with the dagger with Logoth's ring on. But the dagger is also specifically important because there's an attack that Maxime executes that unfortunately you're not going to see in any of these pieces of footage, because it's And I'm sad about that because the attack is super, super important. It's like the most important attack in the whole fight. But Maxime will summon all these like clones of himself and then throw them at you. And it's almost impossible to consistently avoid damage from that spell. You can like interrupt him if you damage him while he's casting it, but the game is extremely picky about when you have to hit him in order to interrupt the cast. So like it's like sometimes you'll hit him and he'll stop, and then sometimes you'll hit him and he just won't care and he'll keep doing it. But the best way to the only way that I've found to consistently stop that attack from damaging you is to use the wind knife spell, which throws like a bunch of knives. Throws like a million knives all in a straight line. Is it like annoying when I talk over these cutscenes? I don't know, like nobody's saying anything particularly important or interesting. Just is saying I'm sad that I had to kill my friend. Liddy says it's not your fault. Pretty much it. I'm busy, I'm talking about Maxime, I'm talking about the boss fight. Alright, give me a break. And that was actually what prompted me to pick up the dagger in the first place. I didn't even realize how powerful Logoth's Ring dagger would be on the fight in general. I only picked up the dagger because I read about the knife wind spell to counter the mirror, like the clone attack, on a Game FAQs thread. Go figure. IGN had a guide for the game that was fucking useless. I'm gonna say this again. IGN had a guide for the game that was fucking useless in terms of advice for the Maxime fight. It just said, oh, just don't get hit somehow. And it's like, with like, fucking misinformation about what works to prevent damage from that attack. And then, what do you know, a fucking Game FAQs post from like 15, 16, 17 years ago has the fucking correct solution in it. Which one of those results do you think Google shows first, by the way? Just to take a random guess there. God. Thank God for Game FAQs, at least. Yeah, the reason I kind of, like, stopped and started there is because I thought about maybe, like, going and putting the furniture down, then going back up here and getting the bad ending. But instead, I'm just skipping the furniture, and I'm just going to go get the bad ending. And that does mean you guys are going to have to watch me do this little run-through of this part of the castle multiple times, but oh well. It would have involved, like, making more, like, doing more editing, basically, to do it another way. I don't know how else to explain it. Also, I'm fairly sure that if you fight Maxime in the regular castle, like the one that I did just now, he's supposed to be harder. I think he hits harder, or he has more health, or maybe both. Because in this castle, this is the castle where you can fight Dracula after Maxime if you have all of Dracula's remains and you equip the right items. So as a consequence, because you have to fight another boss right after Maxime, I think they wanted to nerf this Maxime and keep the other one, like, overpowered. Although, I mean, they're both overpowered. Like, in both Maxime fights, he's, like, the hardest boss in the whole game and the most dangerous enemy, which is why I feel the need to play it like this. And I'm sorry if this isn't very exciting, but, like, you don't understand what this fucker is like to fight without this. Where, like, he will just fuck you up so bad. And I'm actually kind of disappointed because there were times, like when I was practicing the Maxime fight, sometimes it would go like this, where I'd just like spam him with daggers until he died, but sometimes he would actually like get a couple of attacks off, but for some reason, like all three of these endings, like all three of these Maxime fights, he didn't put up a fight at all, which I'm actually kind of disappointed by, because I would have liked to show off some of his other attacks and like how to react to some of his other moves, but unfortunately the AI gods just decreed that Maxime was gonna fucking die like a bitch 3 times in a row, unfortunately. Hint, hint, hint. Yeah, this is the bad ending. The way you get the best ending is by fighting Maxime in the reverse castle while wearing both his bracelet and the juiced bracelet that you have at the start. So it's kind of funny how, like, fighting him in the normal castle is what gives you the good ending, but then fighting him in the reverse castle is what gives you the bad ending and the best ending, when you think, like... You think it wouldn't be that complicated, but it is. I guess it's because that's, like, the spiritual, like, Dracula castle. Although, is this Dracula's castle? I guess it kind of is and it kind of isn't. I guess the reverse castle is like the Dracula half, and then this castle is more like the Maxime half. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. I think the game kind of struggles to explain what's happening and why it's happening, but that's okay, man. You know what? I'll take it. I don't care. I don't even care. Yeah, now I'm gonna go down to the furniture room. You get to see it in all of its fully decorated glory. And I'm fairly sure this is the first time I've been through this particular part of the reverse treasury, so this is like perfect efficiency right here, which I love. Saving it for the very end. Yep. And I'm picking up a lot of hearts because for the best ending, I'm gonna want to make heavy use of the dagger, obviously during the Maxime fight, and then I'm gonna want to use it a lot in Dracula too. Look at that, a gramophone and a radio in 1741. Oh well, maybe in the Castlevania universe they invented radios earlier. Although the radio said old radio, so maybe Dracula's castle travels through time. I don't know. If anybody knows, leave a message in the cock box. Why you guys think there's a radio in Castlevania. Wow, this elevator movement is smooth as fuck. Every time I get to one of those doors I have to hit up again to make it keep going, and I did it pretty fast, so good job, me. Nice going. I guess this, like, room design is pretty annoying. Harmony Dissonance likes doing that a lot. It likes having a lot of, like, you have to go one way, then go another way, then go one way, then go another way. Like, kind of like a staircase without stairs. I think I'm just saving here to save my, like, fully decorated room. And all that business. And as much map completion as I really care to get. So what's interesting is because I want Logoth's ring, and because I have to wear both bracelets to get the best ending, I actually have only one piece of armor on, so my defense has taken a pretty serious hit. That means that if I do take any damage at any point during this fight, I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Do I skip this part, or do I let it play out again? I think I go through this a little bit faster than last time. I don't know, like, you guys know what's going on, right? Maxime's acting all evil. Liddy's been bitten by Vampire Maxime. Maxime's cocky, but he's gonna get his ass kicked by me, because I will just hit him. I wish there was another way to do this, but there basically isn't, because it's just so hard to safely approach him, like, ever. Yeah, part of the reason why this is working out so well is because if he gets hit too many times, that's when he gets, like, knocked back, and he kind of, like, it's like you stagger him, like, he gets knocked back and he kneels on the floor, and then you can just rack up even more, so it's like a momentum thing, where it's like, if you start off doing mega damage, you just, like, keep doing mega damage. Training. Who is training these guys? Maybe it was Juiced's dad, maybe it was Simon's son, whoever that is. This is just like the ending of Exorcist 3. You guys ever seen Exorcist 3? I think I already talked about Exorcist 2, because Pazuzu's in the house, but now it's kind of like Exorcist 3, too, where it's like an evil spirit inhabiting someone's body. Although this is not exactly how Exorcist 3 ends. Although it's similar Actually, it is. This is kind of like how it ends. Uh, it's hard to explain without summarizing the entire plot of Exorcist 3, so you're just gonna have to trust me on this one. So, here we are, Dracula Wraith. If I really wanted to, I could take the bracelets off and put, like, normal armor back on, but fuck that. I'm going for it. The reason I swapped from Knife Wind to Knife Fire is because Dracula in this fight, he's like Rondo and Dracula X Dracula, where he'll either do the 3 fireball attacks or he'll do like some magma ball attacks. And the magma ball attack is actually pretty tough to dodge, but the easiest way to deal with it is to you could either like infinitely Griffin's Wing jump to avoid them, but that's kind of tricky for me because I'm not good at those kinds of input combos. So what I would rather do instead is just activate the fire knife spell, yeah, like this, because that way I'm invincible during pretty much his entire attack. I guess except at the end. that was actually kind of close, but I made it. And then I'm going to swap back to Knife Wind for Phase 2. Because there's a very specific, like, overlap to, this boss is kind of like the Legion Corpse boss, where, like, he's dangerous because he kind of sways back and forth, and you don't know exactly when he's gonna move in what direction. So if you stay too close to him and try to whip him too many times, then you're in danger of getting clipped either by him or by, like, his claw. That will sometimes, like, swing around in front of him in kind of a random way. So it's very dangerous to actually get up in his face and try to whip him, but if you just sit in the corner like this and then knife, and then use this is the Knife Wind spell right here, during his laser attack to not get hit by it, then you can avoid the lethal overlap, which is sometimes he'll shoot the laser at you, which you have to duck under to not get hit by, but then at the same time his claw will like wind up an attack on you. So you're stuck, you can't stand up to move, because then the laser will hit you, and you can't but you have to move or else the claw will hit you, so you have to either like slide kick forward and maybe risk hitting him, or like try to slide kick back towards the wall, but that means you have to be closer to him in order to set that up. So it's like, it's very complicated and it's very dangerous, and the easiest way to deal with it is just whenever he uses the laser beam, just use Knife Wind to make absolutely sure that you're to just be invincible the whole time, and if he hits you with like the bullshit overlap, then you just don't get hit by it at all. So that's how you get through Phase 2. It's very nice that the dagger is so good for both Maxime and Dracula, and it's funny because like the dagger is good, like it's not bad, but it's outshined pretty safely by the Bible for I would say the rest of the entire game. It's only at like the very end of the game when all of a sudden it's like this magic weapon, which fits thematically, because I want to say at the end of the Dracula novel, I think they stick a wooden stake in his heart. I want to say they like use a silver dagger at some point though too, like they stab him with a dagger. I don't remember. What would have been really cool is if you had to use an oak stake. Do you remember the oak stakes from Simon's Quest? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. This part's so weird. This is such a Japanese thing. Where Juiced like doesn't want to tell her about the fact that she was kidnapped and brought to an evil magic castle and she almost died. Which, I mean, maybe you wouldn't want to tell her that right away. But it's like this weird back and forth. I don't know. Let's not talk about it. But it goes on for so long. That's what's so weird about it. Is it like it keeps happening? Like I feel like you get it. Maybe it's supposed to be funny, or it's supposed to be like interesting character stuff. Another blonde lady in Castlevania. All women in Castlevania are blonde. You ever notice that? Let's talk about other things. That's so Japanese. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Then if you collect all the decorations, then Liddy does this thing where she clings to Juiced's arm. But if you don't, she just kind of stands there. So that's like what I mean when I talk about the best ending. that you get by getting all the collectibles. So there it is, Harmony of Dissonance. A really wonderful experience. It took some getting used to. It took some, like, I knew it was good from the first time I played it, but like it's a game that really improves, I think, on multiple playthroughs. Once you have the whole like weird route figured out, once you know where to go, that really gets rid of one of the game's biggest problems, which is the odd routing, the odd pathing through the castle. Um, really fun. Really a great game. If you can kind of get past the odd graphics and the music sounding kind of disconcertingly low quality, then I think it's I mean I would definitely recommend this game. I think it's really great, and I think it's a little bit silly story-wise, but whatever. The story in Castlevania games is almost always secondary anyway. So there it is. That's the Harmony of Dissonance. Um, I feel like I could play this game again right now, and I haven't said that about any other game that I've covered on this channel, so that is really special. Hope you guys are having a good one. Keep an eye out for what's coming next. Enjoy the time that you spend